Look, when I was young, I used to read all those trashy novels about transmigrating to another world and becoming some badass hero with a harem the size of a palace. I had it all planned out. The face slapping, the army building, the legendary iron waist that never quits. You know the deal. Then I grew up, got my face slapped by society instead, and realized, oh, a regular dude dropping into a completely unknown world has like a 99% chance of just dying. No connections, no platform, no nothing. Best case scenario, you're looking for manual labor. Worst case, someone bonks you on the head, strips you naked, and tosses you in a ditch. That's your Isekai'd opening, folks. So yeah, if you're gonna transmigrate, at least be someone important. A noble, maybe. And guess what? I did transmigrate as a noble. I'm Owen Hydra now, a distinguished viscount of the northern border. I've got an ancient castle, vast territories, loyal subjects. Sounds amazing, right? Right? That I'm sitting on a half-collapsed mud wall in clothes that can't decide if they're old or just ugly, watching my serfs farm rocks with sticks. My living conditions make off-grid mountain poverty look like a five-star resort. At least those people have one shirt per person and don't get dragged out of their holes by wolves at 3 a.m. I'm a viscount and I live in a drafty ruin, eat food that tastes like a war crime, and spend my days worrying about bandits. I have all the noble privileges, including the legendary first night rights, but my actual lifestyle is giving, guy who sleeps at the train station. Tragic. So there I am. Sorry, there I was, pulling out a piece of black bread from inside my shirt. It's warm. From my body heat. It has my smell on it. I shove it in my mouth and grind it with my yellowing teeth, mash it into paste with my tongue that definitely needs a scraper, and swallow this substance. If I ever get back to Earth, I can finally answer that internet question about what certain unmentionable things taste like. Because I just ate the equivalent. I don't look at what's on the bread. I don't ask how it was made. Because I will literally lose my mind. But I eat it. Because the alternative is starving to death while waiting for my system to boot up. Yeah, I have a system. It's loading. At 9%. It's been 8 days. The decimal points are just taunting me, wiggling around like, haha, maybe we'll move, maybe we won't. Sometimes I have nightmares it hits 99% and then just restarts. I would actually uninstall myself from existence. How did I even get here? Funny story. I got nostalgic about some old games, but I'm too cheap to buy legit copies, so I bought a secondhand hard drive online. The previous owner was some gaming addict whose girlfriend gave him the ultimatum. It's me or the games, and she won, smashed his PC, so the poor dude sold his hard drive crying. His soul was in that thing. I plugged it in, hit power, and the hard drive said, you know what? If I'm going down, you're coming with me, and Whitey transmigrated. We eloped together into another dimension. Very romantic. Zero consent. Now, about why I'm living like this. The glorious Hydra family has existed for less than 20 years. My grandfather was a wandering knight who couldn't even find someone to swear loyalty to. When the Empire said, hey, who wants to go colonize the deadly northern frontier, Grandpa strapped on his ancestral armor, grabbed his ancestral sword, climbed on his ancestral horse that was probably older than him, and marched into the death zone. He found this castle, killed his teammates. Yeah, you read that right. Claimed the land, and got himself a Viscount title. Hydra the First, baby. But here's the thing. Northern nobles and imperial nobles? Completely different species. Like how red pandas and giant pandas share a name, but have nothing in common. A northern Viscount ranks below an imperial countryside knight. We're literally discount nobility. The blood on our swords hasn't even dried yet. Grandpa died fighting bandits. His first and second sons died in combat too. The only one left was my dad, the third son, skinny as a stick, who survived specifically because he was too weak to fight and got married off to some merchant's daughter instead. He became Hydra the Second by pure process of elimination. Without his dad and brothers to protect him, Dad had to handle everything himself. Spoiler, he couldn't. Died in a wolf attack. Then the original me, inherited the title. Hydra the Third. My mom took one look at the situation and said, nope, and left. Just bounced. Left her son alone in a crumbling castle in wolf and bandit territory. Mother of the Year. The original Owen was so overwhelmed with grief and fear that, Pop, I showed up and took over. Now I've got 8 soldiers, 2 servants, half a wall, and a castle that's basically a suggestion. But at least it's better than the wilderness, where everything is actively trying to eat me. I can't keep hiding in here forever, though. It's been days. I've accepted I'm not going back to Earth. Maybe next life. And since my golden finger system is taking its sweet time loading, I need to actually figure out what I've got to work with here before something comes along and kills me too. Alright, time to take inventory of my glorious estate. I made a list. Housing, food, soldiers, people, land, equipment. Let's see how depressing this gets. The castle? Hundreds of years old, built from stone blocks, so it's still standing, barely. 3 generations of hydras, and all we managed to add was some log furniture and a front door. That's it. That's the renovation. But hey, if I ever fix the walls, this place could hold 300 to 500 people, so at least it's got potential. The kind of potential that needs 1,000 workers in 10 years to realize. But still, total population of Castle Hydra. Me, 8 soldiers, and 2 servants who are also the gardeners, cooks, and stable hands. Multitasking kings. Mom took the butler, the maids, and the guards when she bounced. Thanks, Mom. The nights are the worst. Giant, empty castle. Howling wind. Me wrapped in animal skins on a wooden bed. Waking up terrified every few hours. I won't even go to the bathroom. And I'm not telling you how I handle that. The actual castle toilet is basically a hole cut into a window ledge where your butt hangs over nothing, and you can feel the wind coming up from below. People down there can look up and see your flower. Apparently, assassins used to camp underneath with crossbows and extra-long spears for surprise attacks. They even improved the design after that. But skinny assassins would still climb up through the poop chute with daggers. The victims died days later from intestinal wounds. Medieval bathroom warfare was no joke. I just dig a hole outside. Safer. Now, the warehouse. The lock on it weighs like 8 pounds with a keyhole big enough to stick a finger in. And the key is basically an iron rod I've been carrying around without knowing what it was for. Had to grease it up before it'd even turn. Very dignified. Inside, bags of black rye, black beans, some sad shriveled onions, about 20-something spears, and a stack of leather armor. That's IT. That's the entire Hydra family fortune. The food situation? We're in early spring, harvest is months away, and my serfs have 0 personal reserves. I'm feeding them daily just so they don't die mid-plowing. The grain's draining like water. Without the hairy trading companies sending supplies every year, we'd be even more screwed. Why does a merchant company keep sending us stuff? Because in this world, class hierarchy is absolute. Farmers birth farmers, merchants birth merchants, nobles birth nobles, forever. The power gap is so extreme that upper classes can just take everything from lower classes, no questions asked. So having even a bottom-tier noble connection? That's gold for a merchant family. That's why Grandpa Hydra 2 married the merchant's daughter, and why they keep the supply line going. We're their discount nobility membership card. Time to inspect the troops. I've got 3 longhouses built against the wall, log construction, bark and straw roof, no windows. Dark inside, but hey, warmth over aesthetics in the frozen north. For soldiers, we're just sitting against the wall sunbathing, because literally what else is there to do here? They can't even train daily, not enough food for that. Training on an empty stomach? That's how you get dead soldiers instead of fit ones. I grabbed all 4 to go outside with me, because I am not leaving this castle alone. Ever. And honestly, the one good thing about this world is that noble authority is real. These guys would literally die for me without blinking. I feel slightly guilty about that, but also, please don't stop. They suited up in leather armor, 7 out of 10 condition, purchased by my dad through the Harry Trading Company. Cost him everything the territory had and put us in debt, all to equip 30 soldiers. We used to have 30. Then the wolf disaster happened, and now I've got 8. My security went from small squad to can't even fill a minivan. Now here's the real problem. Good soldiers come from free farmers, people who own stuff and will fight to keep it. My territory has 0 free farmers. Only serfs, former refugees, criminals, and desperate people who sold everything, including their freedom, just to survive. These serfs are, look, I don't want to be mean, but they're basically running on survival mode. Their eyes have exactly 2 settings, blank stare and fear. I tried talking to them. Their entire vocabulary is like 20 to 30 words. Total. Trying to explain anything to them is like showing a smartphone to someone who hasn't invented fire yet. So all my transmigrator dreams of making glass, gunpowder, and cement? Dead. Even if I somehow knew the recipes, which I don't. Because what normal person memorizes primitive manufacturing processes? I have 0 qualified helpers. Every project would be a 5-year plan minimum. Then I inspected the farmland and almost had a stroke. No ridges. No field borders. Their farming technique is clear some bushes with a stone knife, poke a hole with a pointy stick, drop in 2 or 3 seeds, cover it up so birds don't eat them. That's IT. It's a miracle anyone's alive. The fact that this territory hasn't starved to extinction is proof that God exists and he's doing overtime. Could I teach them better? No, because I've never farmed in my life. I don't even know when to plant or harvest. If I start giving wrong orders and we lose one harvest, the whole territory goes begging. One piece of maybe good news. The territory is huge. Takes a full day or 2 just to walk around it. Bad news. The soil's garbage. There's nothing special growing here, and I don't have enough people to develop it anyway. Big, empty, useless land. It's like owning a mansion with no roof, no plumbing, and no floors. Getting more people? Options are buy serfs, cheap, but they're already broken physically, or take in refugees. Half of them are bandits in disguise. Both terrible. After seeing all this, I went back to my room and cried. Silently. Couldn't let anyone hear because the only thing keeping me alive is the illusion that I'm a proper noble. If that shell cracks, any single soldier could kill me and take everything. My own grandfather's merchant family probably has eyes on this territory too. Enemies outside, threats inside, and me, a transmigrator with a middle-aged soul, just crumbling under the pressure. But life taught me one thing. If you don't have the guts to die, then stand up and keep walking. Nobody's coming to help. Nobody's going to feel sorry for you. So you walk. Even if your head can't lift and your back is breaking, you walk. After crying myself dry, I took a few sips of cold well water. Just a few, because getting diarrhea in a place with no medicine is basically signing your own death certificate. Then I spent all night trying to think of a way out. Food not enough, soldiers not enough, people not enough, and all 3 problems are locked together in a death spiral. Can't feed more people without food. Can't make money without people. Can't train soldiers without money. Checkmate. My honest middle-of-the-night conclusion? I'm just a regular guy. Before transmigrating and after. No genius brain, no superhuman strength, no killer instinct. My best realistic plan was crawl back to mom, let her merchant family absorb my territory, and maybe get a job with them doing math. I know my multiplication tables pretty well. Peak transmigrator achievement right there. But I have a cheat system. It's still loading, but at 10%, a bunch of game folders appeared. Tank Battle, Super Mario, Contra, Street Fighter, Half-Life, Heroes of Might and Magic, Age of Empires, Mount and Blade, Romance of 3 Kingdoms, World of Warcraft. My golden finger isn't one cheat. It's an entire catalog. That's also why it keeps crashing. Too many games conflicting with each other. My system is basically a pirated hard drive having an identity crisis. Right now I can spend progress points to pull stuff from these games. Items, skills, units. But anything too advanced for this medieval world costs insane amounts. Like, a cow costs the same points as a bar of soap from the modern world. A tank? Don't even look at it. After careful comparison shopping. Yes, I literally comparison shop cheat systems like a man at the grocery store. I picked Age of Empires as my main game. Mount and Blade units need salaries. Age of Empires units just need food and shelter. For a broke lord? That's the obvious choice. I spent my points, 5 swordsmen and 5 archers. No flashy lights, no dramatic summoning circles. 10 dudes just appeared in my bedroom. Very awkward energy. 10 men. 1 bedroom. Let's move on. They follow orders. They speak my language. They're a bit stiff in conversation, but who cares? They're soldiers, not talk show hosts. And they work for food only. No paycheck required. I went around patting their shoulders, squeezing their arms, nearly crying from happiness. My life is saved. As long as I keep stacking soldiers, nobody can touch me. I wanted to write a whole academic paper right there on the critical importance of cheat systems for transmigrators. All right, Let me check out my new toys. The swordsmen are short but built. Iron helmets, leather armor, sword and shield combo. Real jack-of-all-trades fighters. The archers are taller, sleeveless leather vests showing off some serious arms, wooden bows, bright eyes. These guys compared to my original soldiers? It's not even close. 10 system troops versus 20 of my guys. System troops still win. But I'm not getting cocky. Even the toughest warrior goes down from one stab to the kidneys. That's why ancient rulers let people carry swords but treated private armor ownership as treason. Armor is what makes you actually dangerous, not the weapon. My original soldiers took the new arrivals surprisingly well. No questions, no suspicion. Just, oh cool, more guys, less work for us. Love that energy. Now the fun part, math. I had to calculate how much everyone eats and, oh boy, soldiers need minimum 1 gene of grain per day just to not collapse. Unrestricted, 3 to 5 gene easy. And that's rough grain with no protein or fat. My serfs get half a gene turned into porridge. For the whole day? No wonder the territory keeps buying slaves, but the population never grows. They're literally dying faster than they're arriving. 1 soldier per year, 1,000 gene of food, for sets of clothes, 8 pairs of shoes, plus backup equipment. The system can convert 1 progress point into 1,000 gene of grain, which is also worth 1 loyal soldier. Spending points on food when I could be spending them on warriors? That's like burning cash to stay warm. New plan. Get the farming going ASAP so I stop wasting system resources on groceries. Also need craftsmen, carpenters, masons, blacksmiths, because everything connects to everything. I did discover one neat exploit though. The system sells cloth, candles, and pottery for basically the same price as grain. I could resell that stuff for massive profit and buy more food with real money. But, nah, too risky. I'm weak. I have no business contacts, and the last thing I need is attention. What I did spend points on. Candles, bought boxes of them because this castle at night is a horror movie. Spices, actual edible food, a pig hair toothbrush, tooth cleaning salt, bath soap, and new clothes. After washing up and getting dressed, I felt like a human being for the first time since arriving. Everything else, saved. Every point counts now. After days of planning, I settled on 50 soldiers as my target. Not a lot, honestly. You need 100 just to properly guard a castle, but my territory is too small and poor to justify more without raising eyebrows. Plus, feeding 50 guys costs almost 100 progress points a year. Got a budget. Phase 1. 20 system soldiers plus my original 8 plus the 2 servants driving carts and cooking, 30 combat-ready people. I also grabbed a scout cavalry unit. Expensive at 3 points because horse included, and a medic from Mount and Blade. Wanted the Age of Empires monk, but that costs 15 points and my wallet maxes at 10. So discount doctor it is. He wants a salary, but at least my guys won't die from infected splinters. Phase 2. More farmers and craftsmen. Age of Empires farmers are criminally underpriced. They can farm, chop wood, quarry stone, fish, hunt, butcher, and build. In the game, they hammer castles into existence with a single hammer. In reality, they're more like decent handymen. But I discovered a hack. If I delete the extra skills before summoning, I get specialists. Dedicated lumberjacks, miners, blacksmiths. My territory went from Stone Age to actually functional. Then my scout rode in with a warning. A caravan was approaching, and I already knew who it was. The Harry Trading Company. Dear Mommy's family. Coming from my territory. 5 wagons with 20 guards. Normal caravans run 2 guards per wagon max. They brought enough muscle for a hostile takeover, planning to kill me, have Mom inherit, and absorb the Hydra lands legally. They didn't do it earlier because they needed time to set things up properly. Killing a noble without a good cover story brings every neighbor with swords to help, and then, accidentally, keep half your land. But here's the thing about merchants. They don't do losing deals. So instead of hiding, I threw the gates wide open, put on my cleanest noble outfit, climbed on a gentle training horse, wore my best aristocratic smile, and rode out with all my soldiers surrounding their entire caravan. Swordsmen in front, spearmen behind, archers covering the rear. Formation. Real formation. The guards grabbed their weapons, but their eyes were screaming, "We didn't sign up for this." The workers and drivers were already mentally rehearsing their surrender speeches. Hey, a job's a job. Whoever's paying, I'm eating. The caravan manager saw the math too. If fighting starts, his side dies in waves. So suddenly, despite coming here with very unfriendly intentions, all they wanted was to talk. Very reasonable people. Totally peaceful. Promise. The caravan manager was Cord, Mom's old escort, a slick middle-aged gentleman type. He was supposed to come here, lock me down, sweet-talk me into giving up, and hand my territory to the Harry Trading Company. Instead, he found me sitting on a horse surrounded by enough soldiers to turn his entire caravan into fertilizer. His plan died before it started. Credit to the man, though. He switched gears instantly. "Oh, young master, your mother has been so worried. She sent extra supplies this year, 30% more, and 2 maids from the Servitude Church to take care of you." The Servitude Church. These people are wild. Their religion is literally serving. Where other churches have priests and nuns, these guys graduate professional maids and butlers. Once they accept a master, they serve for life. Even death doesn't stop them, which honestly sounds a bit creepy, but also incredibly useful. They're so popular among nobles that getting even one is a struggle. And Cord just handed me 2. His face was smiling, but his heart was bleeding. I corrected him. "Don't call me young master. I'm Viscount Hydra now." Translation: I'm not your family's pet. I'm a lord. Cord got the message and started unloading everything. I sent back a gift for Mom. A fancy court dress that only noble women can wear. The test. If she accepts it, she still considers herself part of the Hydra family, and we can cooperate. If she refuses, well, then I start my part-time career as a highway robber targeting Harry Trading Company caravans. A transmigrate scorned is not a fun enemy. Cord was smart enough to understand the move and accepted gracefully. The plan to steal my land was dead, cooperation was back on the table, and he rode off to explain to his boss how a pathetic teenage lord somehow had a private army. That conversation is not going to be fun for him. He overspent on guards, lost all the extra supplies, and gave away 2 ultra-rare church maids. His co-workers are going to eat him alive. Now let's talk about the maids. I wanted to refuse them out of suspicion, but look, sometimes men don't think with their brains. You know those moments when you're scrolling your phone and see a pretty girl dancing? Or when you open that hidden folder on your computer? Yeah, that part of me made the decision. And this body is young. I'm not my past life self running on monthly payments with an empty tank. Right now I'm so fully loaded that I'd check a mouse for gender if one ran past me in this castle. So yes, I accepted them. Sue me. I read their contracts. Full resumes with magic portraits that actually move. That's when it hit me. This world has magic. Cool. Noted. Moving on to the important stuff. Their faces. Maid number 1, Maya. 36 years old, which in a world where average lifespan is barely past 20 is basically ancient for a maid. But wine-red curly hair cascading like waves, sculpted features, full lips, curves that could cause traffic accidents. Mature woman energy cranked to maximum. More importantly, her resume. She was a countess's personal maid at 16, became head maid when the countess inherited, basically ran the entire estate. Got sent back to the church after the countess died because the son didn't want her around. Translation: she's overqualified, politically experienced, and knows how nobles really work. She's my future secret weapon for dealing with imperial nobility. Maid number 2, Shar. Fair skin, black hair, gorgeous, wearing a maid outfit that would destroy any anime fan on sight. Problem? She's like 2 meters tall, legs for days, and her arms and thighs have visible muscle lines even when relaxed. Her chest is impressive but gives off a solid steel vibe, and her rear is so firm I got phantom pain just imagining an egg bouncing off it. Then I checked her file. Maid skills, passing grade. Combat skills, completed most training. Specializes in one-handed AXE and hammer. She's not a maid. She's a berserker in an apron. So one maid is too old, and the other is too terrifying. That's why the Harry Trading Company could get them. Discount maids with flaws. But the Servitude Church has never had a betrayal in centuries. Even if the master is insane, they'll return to the church or kill themselves before turning traitor. That loyalty is priceless. Do I fully trust them? Not yet. But can they handle most tasks? Absolutely. And let's be real. If they looked like grandmas instead of this, I would have refused them on principle. I'm honest about my shallow priorities. I assigned Maya as head maid, acting butler, running the castle. Shara's combat maid, handling security. Neither objected. Professionals to the core, same polite smile the entire time. Maya surveyed the castle, squinted, and whispered, "Quite the challenge." Char's mouth just hung open. Can't blame them. I've been using half the castle as a storage dump. But hey, that's what maids are for. Interior decorating is not in my skill tree. My aesthetic philosophy is, if it doesn't trip me, it's fine. Maya sat me down and explained I need to renovate the castle. And through her stories I realized, I've been massively underestimating this world. Imperial nobles already have flush toilets, brass plumbing, and hot water boilers. Their lifestyle is like 1970s rich people back on Earth. Maybe better, because they've got magic instead of electricity. Yeah, magic. This world has it. Knights aren't just sword swingers. Most professions have supernatural powers. I just didn't know because the northern border is populated exclusively by failures, criminals, and refugees who brought nothing with them. My worldview has been formed by the medieval equivalent of a trailer park. Also, knowing that supernatural powers exist, my Age of Empires soldiers might not cut it against the real threats. Pressure increased. Anyway, can't afford fancy plumbing yet. But Maya got the workers to build me a proper toilet, a squatting one with actual water drainage, and a bath with a big tub. Worth every progress point. You have no idea the joy of not sitting over a bottomless dark hole anymore. And I finally found paper for wiping. Before this I was using grass, leaves, sticks, and rocks. Sometimes you'd mess up and get injured. And if you didn't clean properly, you'd be walking around later and suddenly start shedding. Social death in any era. The bath? I soaked in water hot enough to shave a pig and scrubbed off literally a kilo of grime. My skin underneath was so tender that cotton clothes felt rough. I have been reborn. Maya also took over cooking, 3 meals a day, handled by professionals. I'm finally free from survival cooking, but I can't relax. The northern border is basically the Wild West. During planting season and harvest, bandits everywhere, refugees, criminals, displaced natives, even other lords moonlighting as robbers. Grandpa Hydra and his 2 sons didn't die in some normal bandit fight. They were probably set up by neighboring nobles. Bandits with that kind of combat power would have claimed their own territory. Everyone knows the deaths were suspicious. That's life here. Biggest fist eats first. Show weakness? You die. No exceptions. It's like immigrating to a lawless country where everyone's armed and hungry. I hate it. But just like my past life, I adapt to the world. The world doesn't adapt to me. Besides bandits, there's also beast disasters. Wolves go crazy before winter, aggressive in spring, and every few years the border lords team up to raid the northern barbarians. It's the food chain with extra steps. My biggest headache. Bandits can't break into the castle, but my serfs are out in the open. They sleep in ground pits, literally holes in the dirt with grass thrown in. Not houses. Holes. Like human-sized mouse nests. People freeze to death every winter and nobody cares because serfs die before diseases even get a chance. Now, I could let them all inside the castle. There's room, but previous hydras never allowed that. And when you don't understand why a rule exists, you follow it. Don't fix what you don't understand. Instead, I built a village. Got the workers to throw up grass huts near the castle, laid them out properly, south-facing for sunlight, spaced for future expansion, drainage ditches, public toilets, the works. Before winter we'll add mud walls and boom, actual houses. The serfs got so excited about having homes that they actually showed emotion for the first time. Progress. Added a fence around the village so wolves stopped their midnight abductions, then built a proper stone watchtower at the entrance. 2.5 floors, storage on bottom, bunk beds for soldiers in the middle, archer platform on top with chest-high walls. My Age of Empires builders with their construction skills maxed out finished it in under 2 weeks. Legends. Stationed 15 soldiers there on weekly rotation with the castle garrison. The serfs looked at that tower, and their dead fish eyes actually sparkled. They're starting to realize maybe they're not disposable anymore. I wanted a cavalry squad for patrols. Cuirassiers specifically, 5 points each, good value. But a full squad costs 50 points, and my recovery speed is too slow. Won't even have them by harvest. So I just added more swordsmen and archers instead. 5-man patrol squads plus 4 scout riders kept the bandits away. Not glamorous, but it works. With the watchtower done and progress points recharging, I had some excess energy to burn. I'm in a young body, remember? So naturally, I turned my attention to the maids. Char, beautiful, fits my type, but those muscles. I had a genuine premonition that if I got too ambitious, I might lose a body part in there. Survival instinct said a no. Maya? 90 out of 100 without makeup. The perfect woman from every fantasy I ever had in my past life. Age gap? I was older than her in my previous life. And let's be honest, for men, as long as the face is right, we'd cross species lines. History is full of legendary dudes romancing ghosts, demons, and snake women. Age is nothing. What I didn't account for was overestimating my abilities. 3 days in, I rediscovered the midlife crisis feeling. Weekly tribute was all I could manage. My spirit was writing checks my body couldn't cash. And yet the soldier downstairs kept yelling, "Pick me up. I can still fight." Inspirational and tragic at the same time. Past life wisdom kicked in. Stop brute forcing everything. Find a hobby. So I started browsing the game files for useful items and discovered olive oil among other things. Used it for skincare. The north is dry. Your skin flakes off like snow without moisturizer. But I also invented some new applications for olive oil. Private knowledge. Not sharing. Then the scouts brought bad news. Multiple bandit groups heard that Hydra territory got wrecked by wolves, so they joined forces for one big raid. They're hiding in Magichorn Forest, 10 miles west, waiting for nightfall to sneak in. 2 options: sit and wait, or go punch them first. My territory is too big to defend passively with this few troops, so attack it is. I've got 15 swordsmen, 15 archers, 8 regular soldiers, and 4 scouts. Left the regulars to guard home. Took all the system troops. Maya suggested bringing Char. Char's EARS literally perked up like a dog hearing walk. She suited up instantly. Full armor, heavy shield, 2 single-hand axes, and a long spear. That's not bodyguard equipment. That's, I'm going to the front line and nobody can stop me, equipment. I just let it happen. She could beat 8 of me with one hand anyway. Before leaving, I reflected on riding skills. My horse riding? Decent. Maya's riding skills, though. That woman could ride you into the ground with the force of a hurricane, and you'd never shake loose. Like she has magnets. Just don't try to keep up unless you're built for endurance. It's life-threatening for non-athletes. We marched out, scouts ahead, swordsmen and archers in formation, me in the middle on horseback with Char at my side looking like a glamorous female knight instead of a maid. The bandits were sitting in Magichorn Forest waiting for dark, not knowing we were coming for them. Only surprise? They picked Magichorn Forest specifically. That's unexpected. Magichorn Forest, lovely name, terrible place. The trees are basically poisonous thorny sticks with no leaves or flowers. Get scratched? Burning pain and bleeding that won't stop. Oh, and there's goblins living in there. Red-eyed, black-skinned, fanged little monsters with horns who use weapons made from those poison trees. They love eating humans because we're soft and easy to chew. Delicacy of the forest. These idiot bandits chose to camp there. Bold strategy for people who might become goblin dinner. We marched 10 miles at a relaxed pace. Basically a warm-up for the soldiers. Scouts had already snuck in on foot and pinpointed the bandits' location. We walked right up to them. 20-something filthy bandits sitting in the dark, not even a fire lit, gnawing on mystery food with yellow teeth, waiting for nightfall to raid me. Then they look up and, surprise, delivery service arrived early. I split the troops into small squads, 2 archers, 2 swordsmen each. The archers opened up at 30 to 50 meters and barely missed. Now, arrows aren't bullets. They won't kill instantly unless you hit something vital. But getting shot with an arrow tends to make people stop fighting and start lying on the ground moaning. That's the real power of archery, turning combatants into patients. 2 volleys, and it was over. These guys weren't warriors. They were starving hobos with weapons. Most dropped instantly, surrendering, shaking, butts in the air, hands on heads. A few idiots ran deeper into the goblin forest. Good luck with that, boys. Swordsmen moved in for cleanup. Wounded bandits got a quick end. Heads came off. Surrendered ones got a rope and instructions to tie themselves up. Couldn't tie a proper knot. Head off. The whole thing took less than 10 minutes. I stood there the entire time without even changing my stance. My first battle was just done. The blood smelled terrible and people died right in front of me. But honestly, no vomiting, no breakdown. Just a quiet acceptance that this is life now. If I don't hold the knife, I'm under it. Plus, these guys looked like they'd never seen soap in their lives. Hair matted into felt, nails long and black like claws, smell that could clear a room. Hard to feel sympathy for something that looks like it crawled out of a sewer. Hung the heads on the wooden frame outside the territory, a nice grape cluster arrangement, complete with flies. Welcome sign for future bandits. Then, celebration. Killed 3 sheep from the system, roasted and boiled them, broke out the mount and blade beer. The soldiers feasted. As for me, I got the premium cuts, seasoned with spices and olive oil, sprinkled with fine salt, paired with good wine, 2 maids attending. Finally living that noble life. The leftover bones and guts went back in the pot with grain and salt for the serfs. The smell of boiling, unwashed sheep intestines could knock you out from 10 steps away, but those serfs gathered around with glowing eyes. First time I've seen actual one on their faces. That's when it clicked. These people are basically zombies because they've never had anything to look forward to. Food is the first key. Dangle a carrot in front of a donkey, and it moves. Same principle. I need them active, motivated, alive, not just breathing and waiting to die. Because honestly, wasn't my past life the same? Work, eat, wait for death? At least here I can change the script. That tiny bandit fight somehow triggered a system breakthrough. 4 random rewards, a unit, a profession, a skill, and a building. But first, I needed emotional recovery. Specifically, the warm, soft, white kind of recovery. So the rewards waited until morning, when I was lying in my study chair in permanent sage mode, completely at peace with the universe. The rewards: Ninja Squad, Templar Knight Profession, Iron Shirt Skill, and Blacksmith Building. The ninjas aren't from Naruto. No chakra, no hand signs, no summoning giant frogs. They're the sneaky assassin type. Thin, agile, terrible in a straight fight, incredible at infiltrating castles and stabbing people in the dark. They could absolutely climb up a toilet chute and give someone a very unpleasant surprise. I had no assassination targets right now, so I assigned them as secret castle guards and stashed them in the underground dungeon level. The castle has a whole basement I never opened. Wine cellar, prison cells, torture rooms. Perfect ninja housing. They vanished so completely I forgot they existed until I called, and they materialized from nowhere. Creepy, but useful. The Templar Knight Profession and Iron Shirt Skill? Too good for me. I have 0 combat instinct, and the skills amplify what you already have. Amplifying 0 equals 0. But sure. I called her in. Why do I trust her more than Maya? Because Maya is so smart and capable, she could replace me as Lord before breakfast if she wanted. Riding her is literally life-threatening. One wrong move, and she could uproot things. Char, on the other hand, is my first master situation. She was rejected by everyone at the Servitude Church for 3 straight years because she was too tall, too muscular, too weird. Nobody wanted her. She's so grateful to have a master that she does everything I ask without hesitation. Even the unreasonable requests. System requirement for giving powers to non-system people. The target must have 0 resistance, not even a thought of refusal. The only person who qualifies? Char. So she got both upgrades. Result? She got bigger. Her extra-large made uniform ripped apart as muscles exploded out. She looked like she could make a grizzly bear cry. I swallowed hard. Before this, attempting anything with her wrist minor injuries. Now she's basically a hydraulic press. Difficulty level, Hell mode. Fortunately, she learned to control the muscle growth through Iron Shirt. Still intimidating, but at least she won't accidentally scare someone to death. Then she suddenly looked at a dark corner of the study and reached for her hammer. She sensed the hidden ninja. So ninjas aren't as invisible as I thought. Good for regular guard duty, not for high-level targets. The blacksmith shop, though? Lifesaver. My territory had no metalworking at all. Farmers were using wooden sticks as tools. I built it inside the castle since it's basically a military facility. Now I can actually repair equipment, make real tools, and start developing the territory's economy. Things are finally moving. Maya noticed Char's transformation immediately, but didn't ask a single question. Smart woman. She knows the rule. If the master wants you to know, you'll know. If he doesn't, you'd better not know even if you do know. And her reasoning? 80% of servitude church maids die unnatural deaths. Their masters trust them with secrets, then realize, wait, this person knows too much, and have them killed. The rest either swear to spend their lives in the church doing penance or get turned into people who can't hear, speak, or write. And that's considered merciful. Maya survived because her relationship with the Countess was more than professional. They were lovers. That's why she held so much power, and why even the Countess's son didn't dare touch her when he inherited. She's not just a maid anymore. She's a survivor who plays by the rules, but always makes sure she comes out ahead. As long as she doesn't harm her master. What's wrong with living well? Do I know all this? Nope. I'm busy with the system. Progress cap hit 20 points after the breakthrough. Sounds great until I realized everything good in the supernatural category costs more than 20. Classic gotcha bait. Show you the shiny stuff you can't afford. Recovery speed works like a well. 0 to 3 fills fast. 3 to 5 slows down. 10 to 20 takes 3 to 4 times longer than 0 to 10. So the sweet spot is spending at 3 to 5 points, which means cuirassier time. 5 points each, equipped with lance, sword, and shield, can actually charge enemy formations head-on, unlike those tissue paper-like cavalry. One squad of these, and anyone thinking about messing with me will think twice. To summon them secretly, I organized a hunting trip to Magicorn Forest. Noble tradition, gotta thin out predators before winter. The real reason? Keeping things hidden from Maya. I can't outplay her mentally, so I do what married men throughout history have done. Hide stuff using pure survival instinct. It's not a strategy, it's biology. I'm not even hiding my distrust. At my skill level, pretending would just be embarrassing. So I just openly maintain a, you haven't earned my full trust yet, attitude. Which is fine. I'm a noble. Suspicion is expected. The complicated truth? I depend on Maya, body, and emotions. She's the only adult company I have in this lonely transmigrator life. But trust her completely? Never. In my past life, betrayal cost money and heartbreak. Here it costs your life, plus whatever creative torture they use to extract your secrets first. In a world with magic, even death might not be permanent. So how paranoid is too paranoid? Answer: no such thing. I set up a secret base in Magicorn Forest, workers, supplies, and some strong combat units as insurance. Is this efficient? No. Is this rational? Not really. Is this a panicking man building a panic room because the world is terrifying and he can't fully trust anyone? Absolutely. But it helps me sleep at night, and right now that's worth every point. My secret forest base plan. A fortified wooden camp for 100 people and dozens of horses. Mostly soldiers, some workers. If the castle gets attacked, reinforcements ride in and flip the battle. Big project. Summon 10 farmers at 1 point per 2. Set them chopping wood and building longhouses. Also grabbed a long swordsman and a crossbowman. 3 points each, upgraded versions of my basic troops. The long swordsman hits harder, uses his shield better, wears heavier armor. The crossbowman? Slower than archers, but the bolts fly straighter, punch through armor, and the crossbow stays loaded so you just pull the trigger. Perfect for, oh crap something's in the trees, situations. Did this completely destroy my previous plan? Yes. Do I care? Plans are like novel outlines. They exist to be rewritten. I've got all winter. The cuirassiers will arrive with supply wagons later, so nobody gets suspicious. Can't have armored cavalry just appearing inside the castle walls. Got home exhausted, still wearing heavy armor. This composite chainmail plate thing I pulled from the system is beautiful and probably saved my life, but weighs a ton. My body hasn't finished night training, so everything hurts. Then I smelled food and Maya walked toward me carrying a warm plate. Her maid dress swaying with each step in ways that should be illegal, and suddenly the cold just melted away. Shar helped me strip off the armor, pieces clanging on the floor, while I turned into a puddle of exhaustion. Dinner: tomato potato beef stew, pan-seared fish belly, vegetable salad, and fresh whole wheat bread with eggs and milk baked in. Sounds simple? Beef is so valuable nobody slaughters cows unless it's wild. The fish needed special spices. Fresh salad vegetables in winter? Good luck. That bread smelled so good it could raise the dead. This one meal costs what a commoner's family spends in a month. Do I feel guilty? Absolutely not. I didn't transmigrate here to suffer. I've eaten the mystery paste. I've slept on boards. I've squatted over holes. My flower has seen things no flower should see. Now that I can live well, you bet I'm going to. What's even the point of being alive otherwise? Solidarity with medieval peasants. Pass. After dinner, bath, teeth cleaning. Then I grabbed the olive oil and dragged Maya to the bedroom to continue our ongoing research into the 13 applications of olive oil. Shar took her weapons and went to handle night patrol like the professional warrior maid she is. Do I trust Maya? Still no. She's a servant whose power comes entirely from her master. When her countess was alive, minor nobles bowed to her. Countess dies? Shipped to the border, nearly killed. I know she's just a maid without me. But knowing that and feeling safe are two different things. Everything here is alien. The people, the place, the rules, the world. I'm a stranger wearing a dead boy's life like a costume. Until the day I feel truly in control of everything around me. This guard stays up. But the olive oil research continues regardless. A man has priorities. First snow of winter, and right on cue, 10 glorious cuirassiers rode in carrying the Hydra family banner, escorting 5 loaded wagons. I made them circle around outside for 3 days first so the wagon damage and horse fatigue would look authentic. All this effort to fool one woman. I'm like a married man hiding his bonus paycheck. I don't even know if it's necessary anymore, but the instinct won't stop. Maya didn't ask where they came from. I didn't explain. At night, we're all tangled up like honey, but during the day, strictly professional, separate lanes, no crossing. That's what adult relationships look like, folks. I split power 3 ways. I set direction and provide resources. Maya manages everything efficiently and stops me from changing plans every 5 minutes. Shar commands the soldiers. Even if Maya gets ideas, she can't cross into military territory. Is this a good system? No clue. It's the best I could think of, and my thinking isn't exactly top shelf. Then winter hit hard. Everything stopped. The world turned into a white frozen pause screen. No people, no birds, no animals. Even in the capital, people freeze to death every winter. In the north, a third of serfs usually die in their ground pits and get buried where they lay come spring. But I prepared. The grass huts became proper mud wall cottages. Ugly, low, dark, but warm. Thick grass roofs block snow, small size retains heat, one tiny campfire inside, and you won't die in your sleep. I distributed winter supplies early. Black rye, crushed beans, onions, cabbage, dried greens, plus a small jar of precious animal fat and salt. Not much, but enough to keep most of them alive. Castle renovations went well too. Couldn't rebuild the walls. Need 100 workers and non-frozen ground for that. But inside? Transformation. Paved floors, stone tiles in places, longhouses expanded from 3 to 10, plus horse stables, sheep pens, a blacksmith shop banging away all day, a bakery pumping out smoke. Carpets, drapes, decorations. The castle finally looks like a castle instead of an archaeological dig site. And my big takeaway from this entire half year of planning? I'm an idiot. Every brilliant strategy one cooked up turned to garbage the moment I tried implementing it. My brain is like tofu soup. No matter how hard you stir it, you're not finding any abalone in there. I'm like an author who spent months writing a detailed outline, then went completely off script by chapter 100 and can't find his way back. Makes you want to destroy the universe. Snow's burying everything outside, so no more sneaking troops in. That would insult Maya's intelligence. And the one thing I don't want is her thinking I think she's stupid. Time to hibernate and plan. Let me flex my numbers real quick. Current military, 20 swordsmen, 20 archers, 8 original spear guys, 12 lancers. For scout cavalry, 10 cuirassiers. No knights yet, but combat power already matches Grandpa Hydra's peak. This force could crush any baron in the north and make viscounts sweat. Cost: over 100 progress points on soldiers alone. Dozens more on workers and supplies. More on the secret forest base with its 20 farmers, 10 long swordsmen, 10 crossbowmen, and 4 scouts. That's nearly 3 months of accumulation, my entire savings account gone. But it's also why I can sleep at night. Winter mornings are brutal. The castle is literally a giant rock with zero insulation. I've got sealed windows, heavy curtains, a fireplace pointed at my fancy bed, and it's still freezing. Am I being dramatic? Yes. Are the serfs outside infinitely worse off? Also yes. But once you taste comfort, suffering becomes intolerable. That's human nature. Morning routine. Pull the bell rope. Maya comes in, feeds the fireplace, pours warm water for washing. Shar brings breakfast, hot oatmeal, fresh bread, bacon, and eggs. Then I do radio calisthenics to warm up. Yes, the Chinese morning exercise routine. In a medieval castle. Don't judge me. Then I locked myself in the study with my secret notes, all written in Chinese characters on sheepskin. Even if someone has translation magic, good luck deciphering that. I've cataloged every unit, building, and resource from Age of Empires and Mount and Blade. Those two games are enough for playing Lord, but this world has supernatural stuff. Battle aura, magic, divine miracles, orcs, elves, demons, all real. I've never seen any because the northern border is like a village with no electricity. Would a top engineer move there? No. Same reason no supernatural beings bother coming here. But with a system making me stronger, I won't stay a nobody forever. Supernatural enemies are inevitable. Gotta prepare. Problem: the cool supernatural stuff from Heroes of Might and Magic, Warcraft, Diablo? Way too expensive. Those games have power ceilings at literal god level. My 20-point budget is pocket change for that menu. So I picked 4 new budget-friendly games with some supernatural flavor but reasonable power caps. Super Farm, Plants vs. Zombies, Rebuild the Dungeon, and Puppeteer. Each one brings something unique to the table without requiring divine-level progress points to unlock. Shopping on a budget, the Transmigrator experience. The 4 new games. Super Farm is just farming and livestock. Ancient but classic. Plants vs. Zombies needs no introduction. Magical plants and zombies galore, but usage restrictions are annoying. Rebuild the Dungeon is some obscure pixel game where you play a broke demon lord building a dungeon and summoning monsters to fight heroes. And Puppeteer, one of those games with wallpaper-quality artwork that lures you in, where you collect materials to build puppets. I headed down to the cellar to experiment. This place is actually nice, spacious, dry, ventilated, with running water. Built as a last resort shelter, now home to my ninja squad. Unlocked the massive copper-reinforced iron door, wrestled it open. Thing weighs a ton, and descended the spiral staircase. The ninjas somehow confirmed my identity through the inner door and were kneeling before I even fully entered. Spooky professionalism. They'd cleaned everything up. The dungeon and torture room? Maintained. I could see the shine on the torture instruments. These guys are polishing them daily, just waiting for permission. The wine cellar became their bedroom. Wine racks as beds, no blankets. Ninja lifestyle is rough. Then I spent some points on a dungeon secret room. 100 square meters of solid rock construction appeared through a hidden door. Try building that with manual labor. Would take forever. Grabbed a lantern grass from Plants vs. Zombies in a special flower pot. It lit up the room with this weird shadowless light, like a surgical lamp. No shadows anywhere in its range. I started analyzing how that's scientifically possible, then realized, dude, you transmigrated using a haunted hard drive. Nothing is scientific anymore. Stop. Left a sunflower for my ninjas as a reward. They were genuinely moved. Even shadow warriors want sunlight apparently. Now the big decision. Demon Lord's monster summoning spell or Puppeteer's puppet arts. I went with Puppeteer first because it needs time to learn, and while I'm studying, progress points recover for the summoning later. Smart, right? The Puppeteer class isn't crazy powerful. No fireballs, no teleporting. More like a supernatural figurine maker. But with the right materials, miracles happen. Step 1, Spirit Awakening. Needed to unlock mental power first. I bought a focus headband, metal circlet with fancy patterns for concentration, a meditation cushion from a martial arts game, sat cross-legged in the dungeon room, calmed my mind, and activated it. 10 progress points. The sensation? Imagine someone opens your skull, drips in some menthol oil, then blows cool air directly onto your brain. Transcendently refreshing. I've never felt so awake. Like a nearsighted person wearing glasses for the first time. Everything crystal clear, but also kind of dizzy because my brain isn't used to having this much mental horsepower. Spirit Awakening, complete. Puppeteer career, started. I spent a whole month just learning to control my new mental powers instead of jumping into puppet making. Bought a meditation technique, practiced daily, and used the downtime to collect puppeteer tools, which are not cheap. They're super precise instruments with spiritual conductivity properties. Took a full month of saving points just to afford a basic toolkit. But worth it. My underground room is now a proper workshop, 4 lantern grass lamps in each corner, 0 shadows, and a massive multi-function workbench in the center. This thing can cut wood, polish metal, machine gears and bearings, and has 2 mechanical arms that can bend steel rebar and carve rice grain art. Only downside: no computer controls. Everything runs on mental power. Lose focus for 1 second, parts ruined. Time to build my first puppet. Well, assemble. I'm not designing from scratch. I'm buying standardized parts and putting them together. Think model kit, not engineering degree. Like modifying a toy car, follow the template, make small tweaks, don't go crazy. Materials come in 4 types: natural, plant, mechanical, metal, biological, organic, and hybrid. I went mechanical because I'm a boring first-timer who wants to not explode. First piece, the spine. Silver alloy, covered in tiny metal wires that act as a nervous system. Looks straight out of a sci-fi movie. This is supposed to be supernatural craft and not technology, which is lucky because if it counted as tech, my budget couldn't touch it. Next, copper alloy skeleton. Light, flexible, easy to shape. Attach the spine to it with the mechanical arms. Connected all those hair-thin wires to every joint and section. Then came hundreds of internal precision parts, gears, mechanisms, converters, all installed inside the skeleton to turn energy into motion efficiently. The real magic? The cores. 2 of them. An intelligence core determines how smart the puppet is, goes in the skull. An energy core determines power and stamina, sits where the spine meets the ribs. These things are made from high-purity crystal and rare alloys with circuits carved so fine that even at 10 times magnification, I couldn't replicate them. If the system didn't let me just buy them, I'd have quit this class immediately. Activated both cores with mental power. The whole skeleton started vibrating. Not broken, just calibrating. Parts grinding against each other, finding their fit, until click, everything locked together perfectly. Silent. The skull sealed shut, the ribs closed around the energy core like a protective cage. Added composite armor plates to the critical spots, and stepped back to admire my work. It looks like a Terminator. Literally a metal skeleton standing there waiting for skin. And just like the Terminator, puppets can have an outer layer, synthetic flesh, or even more exotic options. But that's for later. Right now I'm staring at my first creation thinking, I'm a medieval lord who just built a robot in a secret underground lab, using magic tools and game currency. My life is insane. For the face, I went straight to the game store. Big, cute eyes, pink short hair. I know what I like, but I sure as hell can't sculpt it. Then I filled the metal body with this slime-like gel substance that auto-shapes, feels better than silicone, and self-repairs when you inject nutrients. The nutrient injector, though? It's a big rod-shaped syringe, and the design requires the puppet to deep-throat it to refuel. Good thing she's mechanical, because a human would need years of training to not gag. The game designers were clearly interesting people. Loaded personality, voice, and skill modules into the intelligence core. Cheap stuff since it's data, not physical. But the core's memory is limited, so I had to pick and choose. Budget hardware problems. Final step. Pour my mental power into the core to fuse all the modules together into a basic AI template. Can't make anything more complex. My brain and the hardware both hit their ceiling. Meet Ram, my mechanical puppet made. 5'3", pink hair, black stockings, short skirt made outfit. Looks like an anime goddess walked into reality. Her face is a bit stiff, but every otaku from my past life would sell a kidney for one. The catch? Under that cute exterior, she's pure metal, silver alloy armored arms and legs, capable of crushing skulls and ripping out hearts barehanded. Only the torso has that soft gel layer giving her actual curves. Cute outside, Terminator inside. I was so proud I immediately brought her upstairs to show off. Maya glanced at Ram, raised one eyebrow, then calmly asked, "Would you like to eat first or bathe first, master? That's IT? I just built a robot maid and she reacts like I brought home groceries?" Then I realized I'd been in that basement for days. I probably smelled like a science experiment gone wrong. Didn't even dare sniff myself. Straight to the bath. Scrubbed off another kilo of filth. Maya oiled me up afterward. I achieved complete mental emptiness, then snapped back to reality with a shudder. Handed Ram over to Maya for evaluation, ate dinner, dragged Maya to bed to completely empty my reserves, and finally relaxed. Then I wandered into my study, saw my planning schedule, and, what the hell? It's already spring. I spent an entire winter building one puppet maid. A whole season of progress points and time, gone, on a robot girl. My planning disease struck again. I give myself urgent deadlines, write detailed schedules, then get completely distracted by something shiny and waste everything. I wanted to panic catch up, like cramming homework on the last day of vacation, but spring plowing was already starting. No time. Just move on. The serfs crawled out of their huts, carried out the ones who didn't make it, buried them outside the village. Thanks to my preparations, casualties were low this year. Quick sheep bone soup for energy, hand out iron tools, get them plowing. Time for a shopping trip. 3 wagons loaded with cloth, porcelain, salt, and salted fish. Premium trade goods in the north. Brought 40 soldiers including 10 cuirassiers as escort because showing up with valuable cargo and no muscle is called being a donation. And wouldn't you know it, when you roll up with 10 armored cavalry and 30 professional soldiers, everyone is incredibly friendly. The world loves you when you can kill it. Funny how that works. Armed with a crappy map and maybe 2 memories of the route, I set out. The north is flat as a pancake, no roads needed, just pick a direction and walk. Downside, no landmarks. Just grass. Grass everywhere. I tried updating the map and gave up in 5 minutes. What am I supposed to mark? More grass? Slightly different grass. Good thing I bought a magic compass from the system. Splits in 2 halves that always point at each other. Left one at the castle, carried the other. Without it I'd wander until I became a skeleton landmark for the next guy. Nothing dared mess with us on the road. 40 professional soldiers with 10 cuirassiers. Predators took one look and left. Bandits pretended to be rocks. Local lords sent gifts when we passed their territories, terrified we'd turn around and eat them for lunch. And honestly, we could. Most northern lords live in mud forts that smell like open sewers. Literally yellow soup and floating turds when it rains. With maybe 15 part-time soldiers who'd fold in seconds against my troops. I wasn't interested in conquering anyone though. Empty land with no people just means more expenses and a half-generation payback period. Pass. As I got closer to the imperial border, lords got denser. 2 or 3 per day's travel versus my area where the nearest neighbor is 2 days away. The empire scattered northern nobles like seeds. Most clustered near the border where it's safer and merchants visit. Deeper north? Only the crazy ambitious ones. Like my grandpa, the empire likes them fighting each other. United northern lords could be a threat. Divided? Just a buffet. My destination, Mala Town, a mid-border trading hub, 3 to 5 days out. Not one of the big border cities. Why? Because I've read enough novels to know, the moment a protagonist walks into a major city, he'll accidentally offend some imperial duke's spoiled son and get hunted across 3 provinces. Do I look like I need that drama? My fields aren't plowed, my castle needs walls, and Maya's still entertaining. I'm busy. Mala Town, about 300 people, mostly herders. The local Viscount Mala has decent cavalry, converted herders with good horsemanship and curved swords. Against bandits? Fine. Against my cuirassiers? They'd need double the numbers and still lose. 3-foot swords versus 8-foot lances, leather vests versus steel breastplates, vibes versus training. No contest. When I rode in, every guard, bandit scout, and merchant in town suddenly discovered their FRINDLISD smile. Amazing what 40 soldiers do for your social life. Viscount Mala heard about my arrival in about 5 seconds. The man's a former oil merchant who sold weapon grease to imperial border troops, spotted the northern land rush early, built this town from scratch, and climbed to Viscount. 40-something but looks 60, dark skin, face like cracked leather, sharp eyes. Respect though, he earned his position. He remembered Grandpa Hydra. Everyone does. The old man was a legend. He also heard the Harry Trading Company was trying to steal my territory, so me showing up with a small army confused him. Wait, didn't he get eaten? Why does he look like an imperial prince on vacation? Because I do. While Mala's been grinding for 20 years in the northern wind, I've been eating well, bathing daily, using moisturizer. I look like I wandered out of a noble academy. Life with a cheat system, baby. Negotiations took less time than it took him to change clothes. This is the north. People might die tomorrow. Nobody's got time for fancy diplomacy. 3 sentences, done. My goods are basic by imperial standards. Cloth, porcelain, salt, salted fish. But up here, luxury items. You serve a guest salted fish on a porcelain plate, and suddenly you're high class. Mala swallowed the whole shipment instantly. No cash, though. Money's meaningless here. Everything's barter. He showed me his trade goods. Weapons. Crude iron slabs. The Empire blocks metal exports so strictly you can't even ship an iron pot north without paperwork. Local blacksmiths work with garbage coal and produce garbage products. Pass. Horses? His herders breed riding horses, not war horses. That's why his cavalry fights like armed cowboys. Pass. What I wanted, refugees. Every year, tens of thousands of people get pushed north by the Empire. Refugees, criminals, prisoners. It's called the Death Road because they barely get food. Whatever rations the Empire provides get skimmed at every checkpoint until there's almost nothing left. The survivors sell themselves into slavery and eat anything they find along the way. By the time they reach the north, the old and young are gone. Only some adults make it, and they're walking skeletons who'd blow over in a stiff wind. Then the north works them to death within 3 years because nobody wastes resources letting them recover. Cheap, disposable labor. The entire system is horrific. But I need people, and these are the only people available. So I took a batch of refugees and headed home. My trade goods bought 150 serfs. 150 human beings for some cloth, salt, and fish. That's how cheap people are here. Mala even threw in 300 grass cakes as a bonus. Palm-sized bricks made from grass seeds, tree bark, and a little grain. Hard as actual dirt, impossible to digest properly, kills the weak. But serfs simultaneously hate and crave these things because it's the only thing between them and starvation. Herded them out of town like sheep. They walked so slowly we barely covered any ground the first day. Expected that. I had farmers set up a pot, dumped in coarse flour, salt, wild greens, and boiled it into a colorful mystery soup. Looked disgusting, tasted worse, but these people ate it like it was their last meal. The way they chewed every bitter leaf with absolute devotion gave me chills. That's when I understood why the Empire keeps flushing refugees north. If these desperate people ever gathered in large enough numbers inside the Empire, they'd burn the whole rotten thing down. Ship them to the northern death zone instead. Not a solution, just a delay. Not my problem, though. My territory is in the middle of nowhere. Fed them 3 times a day while traveling slow. Meanwhile, I'd ride out with cavalry each day and come back with supplies, secretly summoning stuff with progress points. By the time we reached home, the wagons were full again, and I had 6 new scout cavalry plus 10 oxen. Scouts because my territory is huge and needs more patrols. Oxen because you can't plow with sticks and dreams. The new serfs saw the village with its grass huts, and their dead eyes actually flickered. A roof means you're not disposable anymore. Their first job? Build their own houses. Nothing motivates like survival. Zero supervision needed. I handed all the logistics to Maya, who had everything cataloged and stored before I finished my bath. She's even using RAM as a walking calculator now, timing, recording, computing. Like carrying a laptop everywhere. I'm fine with it since RAM also doubles as my spy device inside Maya's operation. With Maya running things so well she's planned 3 months ahead, I had nothing to do, so I drifted back to my secret underground lab. Every man needs a secret base, right? The ninja floor got upgraded with hidden tunnels connecting to the castle, perfect for ninja stealth routes and emergency escapes for me. The workshop level expanded to 3 rooms, 300 square meters total, divided into work zone, experiment zone, and living area. My own personal bat cave, lit by magical shadowless plants, 3 meters underground. This is why I spent all winter down here instead of doing my job. While traveling, I studied more puppeteer lore and discovered the game's world had knights, mages, elves, similar to mine, but more peaceful. Centuries of peace meant puppeteer craft evolved from building giant war puppets to making elegant human-sized ones. The precision got so advanced that the underlying science felt like a college curriculum. I had the urge to drop out before I even started. I tried to replicate parts myself instead of buying everything from the system. Most components? No problem with the workbench. But the spine and cores are so precise that my mental power can't even perceive the fine details, let alone recreate them. So I went with the dumb approach. Make everything bigger. Like scaling up a microchip. Sure, it loses efficiency, but the manufacturing difficulty drops 100-fold. My DIY spine design looked like a chain of metal bricks compared to the elegant original. Also, I almost destroyed my precision workbench trying to cut raw metal ingots on it. That's like using surgical tools to chop firewood. Stopped before I broke my most expensive equipment. Am I really this bad at everything? I started questioning my entire existence. I have the most broken cheat system imaginable, and I've turned it into a hard mode playthrough through sheer incompetence. Solution to existential crisis? Maya. After a thorough deep dive session, I entered Sage mode and could think clearly again. Works every time. The puppet path is temporarily blocked, so I pivoted to Plan B, the Demon Lord route. This budget Demon Lord package costs 20 points and comes with exactly two things: a Demon Lord aura and monster summoning. That's IT. No fireballs, no dark magic, no world domination toolkit. That's why I picked Puppeteer originally. At least it had a complete skill tree. While saving up points, I had nothing to do. Maya runs the territory so efficiently that my daily involvement is approximately 0 words. Spring plowing? Done. Farmland tripled thanks to new serfs, oxen, and iron tools. System farmers teaching advanced techniques? Handled. My grand plans from last year? Garbage compared to what Maya does casually before breakfast. Turns out you can't manage a medieval territory using modern corporate strategies. Who knew? I became a professional couch potato, reading Puppeteer textbooks all day because there's literally nothing else to do. When you're bored enough, you'll do anything. I was close to counting individual hairs on my head. Finally hit 20 points and grabbed the Demon Lord aura. No attack power, no defense, no buffs. What it does, generates irresistible pressure on monsters. Even the nastiest beast turns into a trembling bunny in my presence. On regular people, I radiate fear and dark majesty, like a mysterious shadow prince who knows everyone's secrets. Downside, if a monster actually fights back, I'm still just a regular guy who'll die. And if actual heroes show up because they sensed a demon lord, yeah, game over. That's why I went Puppeteer first. The aura did change my vibe though. More noble, more mysterious, more commanding. Like permanent dark prince energy. But in the bedroom with Maya? Still on the bottom. Some things no aura can fix. Finally saved enough points for monster summoning. Rushed to the dungeon like a kid on Christmas morning. But I'm not stupid. I stood at the iron door of the strongest cell with an escape plan ready. One step back, slam the door, let the ninjas handle whatever comes out. Even grease the door hinges for a smoother slam. Preparation. First summon, free daily pull. The spell yanked my consciousness into this kaleidoscope dimension full of colored light dots, each one a monster. 4 dots were practically touching my face. The game's default 4. Goblin, slime, snake, magic sheep. While cooler monsters floated way out in the distance. Did I reach for something exotic? Hell no. Mystery summons in a 10-square-meter stone cell is how horror movies start. Got a goblin. Ugly little thing materialized looking ready to bite me, saw the ninjas behind me, and instantly switched to bootlicking mode. Bowing, scraping, full customer service energy. But I could feel its emotions through my awakened mental power. The second I turned around, this thing would go straight for my kidneys and worse. Untamable trash. So I activated the Demon Lord aura. The transformation was cinematic. Shadows wrapped around me, my eyes glowed red, teeth gleamed white. Budget anime villain entrance, 5-cent special effects, but maximum impact. The goblin nearly died of fright on the spot. Even my ninjas stumbled backward and dropped to one knee, and the aura wasn't even aimed at them. Then something wild happened. The ninjas went from obedient to fanatically devoted. Turns out Japanese-themed units have this twisted mentality. Be nice to them, and they'll eventually betray you, but act like an absolute tyrant, and they'll worship you. My evil demon lord moment made them love me more. Bad boys really do win. Kill it, I said coldly. Before the goblin's expression could even change, it became a pincushion of throwing stars. Green blood everywhere. I didn't flinch. Character development, baby. The aura works, but has a flaw. Fear fades over time when I turn it off. Monsters would gradually forget their terror and start getting ideas. Unacceptable. Loyalty that isn't absolute is absolutely not loyalty, I muttered, and every ninja behind me pressed their face to the floor in ecstasy. These guys would literally self-destruct if I asked right now. So I spent a progress point on a system summon instead. Same goblin, but this one came out with genuine loyalty built in, system guarantee. No fear manipulation needed. The difference between free summons, wild monsters, need constant intimidation, and system summons, loyal forever, is huge. Then I discovered something I'd overlooked. Hero equipment. For sets that act as sacrificial offerings for stronger summons and give me power-ups when equipped. Knight's sword and armor, attack and defense. Ranger's bow and cloak, range and speed. Priest's hammer and holy book, health and recovery. Mage's staff and runes, magic resistance and power. 5 points each, expensive, but I grabbed the knight's sword first. Heavy, balanced for mounted combat. Basically a mini-lance. The moment I held it, my body got buffed automatically, stronger, faster, and I suddenly knew knight swordsmanship like I'd trained for years. Downside, burns through stamina like crazy. I'd gas out faster than I do with Maya, and that's saying something. I practiced half a set of knight sword forms and was already gassed. Handed the sword to my system-summoned goblin, and, flash of light, it evolved. Went from a 4-foot sneaky rat to a 5-foot muscular warrior with a battle axe, round shield, and iron armor. Even started talking. Demon Lord, Goblin Warrior awaits your command. Okay, that's cool. Where do you come from? I asked, hoping for system secrets. From the dungeon. Here to conquer territory for you. Demon Lord. Yeah, System Daddy doesn't give up secrets that easily. Then my brain did something useful for once. If the knight's sword made a goblin warrior, what about other hero equipment? Jackpot. Each piece creates a different evolution. Sword Warrior. Armor Guard. Holy Book Monk. Hammer Fighter. Staff Witch Doctor. Runes Blacksmith. Bow Archer. Cloak Thief. 8 specializations from one monster type. And the other 3 monsters have their own evolutions too. I instantly regretted wasting a whole winter on Puppeteer class. Should have done this first. The daily free summon keeps producing low-level monsters, so I needed somewhere to put them all. Snakes and slimes went into the castle's expanding tunnel network as guards and spies. But goblins are troublemakers, and the magic sheep, black fur, red eyes, battering ram horns, would smash a man's ribcage into mahjong tiles, are so aggressive they demolish the cellar. Solution: promoted my first goblin to Goblin General with a hero armor piece. 2 meters tall, lean, explosive power, leadership abilities over all goblins, and influence over other low-level monsters. Sent him through a new underground tunnel to Magichorn Forest with orders to conquer the local goblins. Here's your weapons. Here's your food. Go be a warlord. Don't bother me with updates. Meanwhile, I'm dying waiting for progress points to refill. 10 to 15 days for a full 20 points. Tried everything to speed it up. Even Maya's special services couldn't help. Considered wiping out a neighbor to trigger another breakthrough, but couldn't commit. So I just waited and waited until I forgot I was even a lord. Master, you haven't inspected the territory in quite some time, Maya said, standing up slowly, smoothing her slightly damp skirt, dabbing her mouth with a handkerchief. Very composed, very professional. While I was still in recovery mode. All right, territory. I have one of those. Almost reached up to rub my face, caught a whiff of my hands, and immediately detoured to wash up and change clothes first. Then I put on my serious lord face. Tell Shar to prepare the horses. Maya nodded, opened a window to air out the room, subtle, and walked out, hips swaying in ways that made me consider installing a swing in the study. Or a bed. The bedroom's right next door, though, so that's redundant. Unless the scenery change adds a bonus. I was still overthinking this when I arrived downstairs where Shar and the cuirassiers were already waiting in full battle formation. Right. Lord stuff. Let's go. Summer slipped by without me noticing. I've been too busy with underground projects and Maya. Time for a territory inspection, and wow, she's done an amazing job without me. The serfs learned real farming from my system farmers. Turns out they weren't stupid. Many were actual farmers back in the Empire. They just had zero motivation because, you know, being a starving slave in a frozen wasteland kills your work ethic. Now, proper rectangular fields with irrigation channels drawing river water. Crops looking thick. The old poke-a-hole throw-a-seed method is gone. These guys are actually smiling while working. 3 meals on busy days, 2 solid, 1 soup. And suddenly humans act like humans again. Revolutionary concept. The village leveled up too. Sturdy fences, proper farmhouses replacing the grass huts. Still basic, but a real community now. All Maya's work. My contribution? Rewarding her nightly with such dedication that she's practically glowing. 10 out of 10 effort from me, honestly. But trouble's brewing. Harvest is close, which means beasts and bandits are gathering. Scouts report increasing sightings. Cuirassiers are great for charging, but terrible for chasing things across open plains. Scout cavalry are fast, but can't fight. Light cavalry have swords too short for low-profile animals. What I need? Horse archers. 5 progress points each, real-deal mounted shooters with recurved bows who can kite anything to death while galloping. Perfect for pest control. But gotta wait until after I buy the synthesis furnace. Saving to 20 points is torture. Checked on the forest base, slow progress, not enough workers. The goblin general's been helpful with logging and hunting, but he's about to march off to fight the magic horn goblins. Made a note to send reinforcements. Back to the castle routine. Study puppeteer books. Let Maya do the work. And by work, I mean she literally handles everything while I handle her. She's gotten so efficient with Ram the robot, made as her calculator secretary, that the territory runs itself. Finally hit 20 points again, legs wobbly from recent activities, and rushed to the underground lab. Maya didn't even look up. She's used to me disappearing into the cellar by now. From Maya's perspective, the territory's only real problem isn't resources or soldiers, it's management. 0 middle managers. Shar was supposed to help, but I turned her into a full-time warrior bodyguard, and she's gone feral. She stopped dieting, grew another half-head taller, gained dozens of pounds of pure muscle, and now swings a 2-handed war hammer one-handed like it's a toy. She smashes training dummies into firewood and could demolish a house in 3 swings. Maya looked out the window at Shar destroying things, twitched, and gave up trying to turn her back into a proper maid. 3 oxen couldn't drag that woman back to domestic service. Ram, open record number 27. Maya closed the window and got back to work. Because someone has to actually run this territory. The synthesis furnace is massive, took up half my 300 square meter underground lab. Had to rearrange everything like a terrible game of Tetris. Guess I need to build a second basement floor, I muttered while rubbing my sore arms. Being a secret underground mad scientist is surprisingly physical. The furnace isn't really a furnace, it's an alchemical synthesis array. One function only, combine stuff. But one function done perfectly. With enough materials I can create any composite material, even do biological fusion on monsters. Not on humans though. Normal people come out as vegetables or lunatics. The furnace wasn't designed with gentle in mind. Energy problem. It runs on ambient magic and material decomposition. My castle has about as much ambient magic as a parking lot has dolphins. Nearly 0. And decomposing normal materials costs more energy than it produces. Anything worthwhile requires progress points to fuel. So for now, use sparingly. Summoned 10 horse archers before harvest. Best decision ever. These guys can outrun wolves, shoot while galloping, and turn any pursuit into a one-sided turkey shoot. The gallows got a fresh batch of bandit heads replacing last year's rotten ones, and I picked up some free slave labor too. Though bandits turn laborers have a terrible survival rate. Last batch didn't even make it through winter. I show mercy to serfs. Bandits? 0 sympathy. You chose violence as a career, you accepted the terms and conditions. Work until you drop. But bandits are the small problem. The real threats are coming, and Grandpa and Dad bought me time with their lives. Northern barbarians. Humans, but built different. Taller, thicker bones hard as iron, skin like leather, barely feel pain. Their berserkers literally lose their minds in combat and become unkillable rage machines. Ironically, they used to be humanity's best allies, fighting side by side against other races. Then humans won and immediately stabbed them in the back, driving them north along with the same enemies they'd just defeated together. Classic humanity move. Now they're trapped in the frozen north with no weapons, imperial embargo, no resources, and growing desperation. They raid border territories to survive. Grandpa Hydra was famous for fighting barbarians. one of the only northern lords who could cut them down as easily as regular people. But even he took hidden injuries that eventually contributed to his death. Dad couldn't match Grandpa, but he still sacrificed his life eliminating the biggest wolf pack in the area. 2 generations of hydras died to buy me these few peaceful years of development. The grace period is ending. Vengeful barbarians, migrating wolf packs, scheming neighbors, they're all coming. My future is going to be anything but boring. Trouble arrived fast. Harvest news spread because every lord in the north sends spies to check what their neighbors are eating. My territory went from pathetic ruin to actually thriving in 1 year. And the neighbors who helped kill Grandpa Hydra? They're not about to watch us come back for revenge. For lords formed an alliance in half a month. Wyvern Viscount, strongest, old family enemy. Grandpa stole a dragon egg from his dad, who literally died of rage. White Wolf Baron, ex-mercenary, tough veterans, but aging. Wild Bull Baron, part barbarian blood, has actual barbarian warriors. And Swan Baron, fallen imperial noble, newest arrival, least intel on him. Combined forces, 1 to 200 soldiers plus militia. Most are 1-point quality troops by my system ranking, some 3-point veterans, very few elites. The barbarians under Wild Bull are dangerous though, and Wyvern and Swan both have battle aura, real knight-level supernatural combat power. White Wolf might too. Wild Bull compensates with raw barbarian genetics. The Hydra family used to have battle aura techniques. That's how Grandpa crushed all 4 families. But guess what? Mom took the combat manuals and the stolen dragon egg when she left. Thanks, Mom. Really. Stellar parenting. My scouts caught their messengers immediately. No phones in medieval times. Just dudes riding horses across open grassland. Not exactly stealthy. And here's the beautiful part. They chose to rally their army next to Magichorn Forest. Because it's the only cover in the flat northern wasteland. You're walking into your own grave, I whispered. They don't know my goblin general has been conquering that forest for months. He's absorbed most of the local Magichorn goblins. They surrendered easily because goblins naturally submit to stronger goblins. His only problem was feeding them all, since goblins can't farm, can't herd, and the nearest raiding target is MY territory, which is obviously off limits. But now, the general just got the order he's been dreaming of. He blew his war horn, and the dark forest lit up with countless pairs of cunning goblin eyes. They're gathering. I was prepared to fight a defensive siege and lose everything outside the castle walls. Instead, these idiots parked their army right next to my secret monster army. Christmas came early, and I didn't even have to wrap the presents. 2 weeks of prep, and I decided to join this battle personally. 2 reasons. Maybe fighting triggers another progress cap breakthrough, and I've got new toys to test. The synthesis furnace let me fuse hero equipment with monsters to create demon lord armaments. First combo, Knight Sword plus Magic Sheep equals the Sheep Sword. Yes, the name sounds like a children's toy, but the design is sick. Goat head pommel, curved horns forming the guard, radiating pure evil energy. Special ability, every swing triggers a heavy impact like getting headbutt by a supernatural ram. Even a weakling hits like a truck with this thing. Second combo, Hero Armor plus Magic Sheep equals. Basically a Black Saint Seiya Ares armor. Dark, menacing, muscle-textured inside. Makes me faster and lighter instead of heavier. Plus gives me charging power. Third combo, reversed it. Magic Sheep plus Hero Armor equals a heavy armored war sheep. Bigger, stronger, covered in plate armor, rideable, built for cavalry charges. And when all 3 pieces combine, they resonate. With the Demon Lord aura active, a spectral black ram materializes around me, massively boosting everything. During a charge, I feel genuinely unstoppable. This is why I'm willing to step onto a battlefield for the first time. After a big dinner, I took Shar underground for the first time. She glanced at the ninjas in the shadows without flinching. She's known about them forever. We reached the lab where my armor stood like a weird, abstract black sheep sculpture. Activate, Black Goat, I shouted with maximum Chiuni energy, arms spread wide. The fact that the horns are clearly sheep horns and not goat horns is irrelevant. The armor opened like a living creature, swallowed me whole, and auto-adjusted to my body. The internal muscle fibers assist my movements so perfectly that without any real training, I can overpower most warriors. Cheat. System. Superiority. For Shar, I prepared a Demon Lord Warhammer. Sheep head design. The snout works as an armor piercer. The curled horns delivered devastating blunt force. When she grabbed it, her leg muscles visibly swelled for a second before settling. The charging power boost on her body is absolutely terrifying. After all this time, I still can't even scratch her defenses, so imagine what she does with a magic weapon. We mounted the armored war sheep and rode through the underground tunnel into Magichorn Forest. The war sheep runs with agility that defies its bull-sized body. I was clinging on for dear life, trying not to get smacked off by branches. Very dignified, very lordly. At the forest edge, hundreds of magic horn goblins were gathered. They saw me and got rowdy. Little horned demons gripping poison thorn daggers, thinking they had numbers advantage. When the goblin general knelt before me, they got angry. I'm not even a goblin. Who does this human think he is? So I hit them with the Demon Lord aura, now amplified by the full weapon set. Black shadow flames erupted around me, red eyes glowing, raw terror pouring out like a pressure wave. Every single goblin dropped to its knees instantly. Hundreds of them, face down, trembling. Temporary obedience? Sure, but I control the general and his elite squad, and they control the rest. That's how chains of command work. I glanced at Shar, wondering what she thought of her master transforming into a literal demon lord figure. She just stood there holding her sheep hammer, ready for war. Professional as always. I sensed Shar's emotions through my mental power, absolute unwavering loyalty. Not a flicker of doubt about her master turning into a shadow demon. This woman would follow me into literal hell if I grew horns and a tail. She's the one person in this world I can genuinely trust. Not completely. Gods exist in this world and I can't risk anyone knowing I'm a transmigrator, but close enough. Timing was perfect. Deepest part of the night, everyone's sleeping hardest. I gave the order. The goblin general leapt up, raised his arm, and hundreds of goblins charged out of the forest like a green tsunami of chaos. The enemy camp was pathetic. No fence, just ratty tents divided into 4 groups because these allies don't even trust each other. Guards? 3 to 5 guys around a campfire whose contribution to security was screaming, AH, when stabbed. That's it. That's the alarm system. First wave, 100 magic horn javelin throws rained down from above. The guards became human pincushions. Tents got skewered. Screaming started everywhere. Now, goblin arms are weak. The javelins barely penetrate. But they're made from poison magic horn wood. Burning pain. Unstoppable bleeding. One good hit, and you're writhing on the ground, losing blood and combat ability simultaneously. Then the goblins swarmed in like rabid dogs, stabbing everything that wasn't green. Their poison daggers worked like sewing machines on people's backsides. If the target was short enough, they'd go straight for the kidneys and leave a pattern that would trigger anyone with trypophobia. Meanwhile, the Goblin General's elite squad did the real killing, efficiently executing soldiers who were already down from the poison. White Wolf Baron woke up fast, old mercenary instincts, grabbed his weapon, burst out of his tent, grouped up with his veterans, and started chopping goblins like chickens. But the chaos was too much. Hundreds of goblins in pitch darkness plus night-blind soldiers screaming and swinging wildly, hitting each other. He went looking for the other lords. Found Wild Bull Baron easily. The half-barbarian was bent over chopping goblins like a bear playing whack-a-mole, roaring the whole time. Stop chopping. These goblins aren't normal. We need to find the other 2. White Wolf yelled from a safe distance because Wild Bull was basically a murder blender. Fine, Wild Bull gasped, secretly relieved. His back was making cracking sounds. He's not young anymore. Bending over to fight knee-high monsters is destroying his spine. A few more minutes, and he'd be lying on the ground holding his lower back and groaning. They searched for Wyvern Viscount and Swan Baron, but the campfires were kicked out. Goblins were everywhere. Soldiers were running blind, and time was running out. People were dying fast. I watched from the tree lean, better than television. From my hiding spot in the dark, the show was fantastic. Swan Baron, pretty boy with a groomed mustache, normally obsessed with looking perfect, was running around with a swollen face wound from a poisoned javelin. His carefully maintained image? Destroyed. But credit where it's due, he spotted the Goblin General immediately and identified it as the key target. Wyvern Viscount has pale green hair, leftover genetics from the Green Dragon noble family. His bloodline was too diluted to keep him in the Empire, so his dad got shipped to the north like defective merchandise. Wyvern hates his own blood for being too weak. Spends ridiculous money maintaining noble heirs in a place where everyone eats with their hands. Only Swan appreciates his refinement, so naturally they're secret allies. These two had been hiding while White Wolf and Wild Bull fought, letting them take casualties first. Classic backstabbing aristocrat move. But now soldiers were dying too fast, so panic set in. White Wolf and Wild Bull weren't waiting for anyone. Old mercenary plus half-barbarian. No fancy bloodlines, just decades of killing things with sharp objects. They charged the Goblin General together. The General took both of them simultaneously and was winning. Pushed them back with that massive blade. 20 years ago, either one could have soloed him, but they're pushing 50 with broken bodies, fighting on fumes. Their backup, aging mercenaries and barbarian warriors, clashed with the elite Goblin squad and got bogged down. Useless trash, Wyvern hissed. Then Swan whispered, time to use our trump cards, and that's when I saw battle aura for the first time. Wyvern's aura concentrated in his shoulders and upper back, muscles swelled like hidden folded wings. When he exploded forward, his sword moved so fast it screamed through the air. One elite goblin lost its head before it could even react. Blood fountain shooting a meter high. Terrifyingly fast, but he can't sustain it. Swan's aura spread across his joints, smoother, more graceful, his rapier dancing like liquid silver. Beautiful technique, but way less lethal than Wyvern's burst attacks. So this is battle aura. Knights push their bodies to absolute perfection and awaken supernatural combat energy. Originally called Knight's breathing method, extremely demanding physically. Later other classes adapted cheaper versions with lower requirements, but weaker output, compensating with technique. Both Wyvern and Swan use swordsman-type aura, popular with nobles because it needs less physical conditioning and has flashy moves. Style over substance, basically. But even discount battle aura makes them leagues above normal soldiers. My family used to have battle aura techniques too, all stolen by Mom. Have I mentioned how much I appreciate her parenting? Because I really do. Sure, kill them. I gave the order with zero hesitation. If these four had reached my doorstep first, I'd be the one dying tonight. No mercy. Sure didn't need to be told twice. She kicked the armored war sheep into full charge, a biological tank with hooves and horns. Everything in its path, soldiers, goblins, didn't matter, got launched into the air like broken twigs. The terrifying part? It didn't slow down at all. The resonance between the war sheep and the magic hammer created an unstoppable charging force that made physics cry. The goblins didn't mind getting trampled by their own side. This is normal for goblins. Standards don't exist. Wyvern and Swan dodged the charge instantly, battle aura reflexes. But that left White Wolf and Wild Bull exposed. Char picked Wild Bull as her first target. Perfect instinct. She knew the aura users were too agile for a direct charge, but the exhausted barbarian-blooded old man? He saw that hammer coming and his heart literally stopped. Not metaphorically. The man died of cardiac arrest before the hammer even connected. Then the hammer hit anyway. Blood and bone fragments sprayed everywhere. White Wolf got the splatter on his face, sighed, and just stopped fighting. The Goblin General's blade found him a second later. He went quietly into the dark. Respect, honestly. Wyvern saw both allies die and turned to run, then felt a razor-sharp rapier punch through his kidney from behind. His buddy Swan Baron, real name Corrins, had stabbed him. Using me as your surrender gift, Corrins? You're as clever and decisive as always, Wyvern said while literally skewered like a kebab, not daring to move because one twitch would split his kidney into kidney beans. You're worth more alive, Viscount, Corrins replied with ice-cold eyes, steady hand on the sword. And who exactly are you surrendering to? The goblins? They'll roast you. Wyvern shot back. Don't pretend you didn't notice. That knight on the ram beast is human. Smart bastard. He'd originally planned to run, using Wyvern as bait. But when he realized the sheep rider was human, and even the Goblin General showed her respect, he knew where survival actually lay. I surrender, Corrins shouted loud enough to freeze the entire battlefield. He stood before Char with his sword offered on both palms, chin pressed to chest, back perfectly straight despite looking like absolute garbage. Textbook noble surrender pose. Even in defeat, maintain dignity. Shar hesitated. Her servitude church training kicked in. A maid cannot accept a noble surrender on behalf of her master. That's above her pay grade. So they patched up Wyvern's kebab wound, tied both of them up, and the goblin general and Shar personally escorted the prisoners to me, sitting comfortably in the back like the final boss I apparently am. Wild Bull, dead from a heart attack before getting hammered. White Wolf, accepted death gracefully. Wyvern, betrayed and skewered by his own ally. Swan, stabbed his friend and surrendered with perfect posture. For lords came to destroy me. 0 are going home. With the demon lord aura at full blast and my sheep armor radiating pure menace, I looked nothing like a teenage lord. Shadow-wrapped, radiating fear and cruelty. Wyvern Viscount took one look, saw the Grim Reaper, and fainted on the spot. His kidney was already leaking like a broken faucet, so the aura was basically the last straw. Corrins, Swan Baron, held on through sheer survival instinct. Teeth clenched so hard I'm surprised they didn't crack. He was definitely regretting surrendering to whatever thing I appeared to be. I took off my helmet, revealed my face, and formally accepted his surrender as Viscount Hydra III. His reaction went from shock to, yeah, actually that's the only person it could be, in about 2 seconds. 5 lords in this area, 4 attacked me, 2 are dead, 1's bleeding out. Process of elimination, folks. Was commanding goblins to slaughter humans evil? Would it become blackmail material? Corrins didn't even blink. Noble rule number 1. Power is power. It's either working for you or against you. Nobody cares what color it is. I personally killed Wyvern. Why him and not Corrins? First, his kidney was already a write-off. Dead man walking. Second, we had a blood feud, so killing him was perfectly legal by noble rules. Third, I wanted to test if killing versus sparing affected my system progressed differently. Science requires a control group. Now here's where imperial noble etiquette gets fascinating. Centuries of backstabbing taught nobles to develop actual rules for fighting each other. Blood feuds? Kill away. But you can't massacre the loser's family unless they refuse to swear off revenge. If they swear, you let them live, and that oath is binding. Break it, and every noble in the empire turns against you. Not with swords necessarily. Just endless political harassment until you wish you were dead. Top-tier imperial nobles don't even use violence anymore. Assassination and poison? Embarrassingly low class. Bringing armies? Barbaric. The real power move is one sentence that ends your entire bloodline through paperwork. Peak civilization. Northern nobles know none of this. Their playbook is, kill everyone, take everything, burn the rest. Which is exactly why Corrins was lucky I happened to know imperial etiquette. Any other northern lord would have chopped his head off and used it as a doorstop. I returned his rapier, sealing the oath of service. Done. Then I heard the sounds from the camp. Chewing, tearing, excited goblin screeching. The magic horn goblins were enjoying the spoils. Weapons, food, tents, clothes, even spoons. Everything was being fought over, and the losing contestants were becoming the meal. Take everything. Don't stay past dawn. Back to the forest, I told the goblin general. Could I have stopped the feast? Maybe. But these wild goblins aren't system loyal. They'd resent interference. Better to pretend I didn't notice and let the general handle discipline. He had to chop a few disobedient goblins before the rest grudgingly started hauling loot back to the forest. Not my people, not my problem. The ones suffering earned their spot on tonight's menu by trying to destroy me first. Next morning, Corrins rode around waving his banner and collected the surviving soldiers like a shepherd rounding up sheep. Turns out plenty escaped last night. Goblins don't understand military concepts like encirclement, but these guys didn't run far because this is the North. No food, no water, run blindly, and you're dead. So they just hid nearby, hoping to scavenge scraps after the goblins left. The moment a noble showed up, every single soldier from all 4 armies rallied to Corrins without question. Doesn't matter whose flag they served yesterday. Leaderless soldiers in the wilderness are just wolf food. Corrins showed them the 3 dead lords' bodies and nobody had any objections. Funny how death simplifies politics. He marched them to my forest base and his jaw dropped. So even without the goblins, we were screwed, he muttered, staring at 50 elite soldiers who would have hit his army from behind during any castle siege. Correct, Corinth. You lost before you started. The captured soldiers were too broken to cause trouble, ate some bread, drank water, and collapsed into the huts. I'll retrain them later. Back at the castle, Corin saw my village, my troops, my operation, and his eyes lit up like Christmas lights. His gamble paid off. When I ordered him and Shar to go seize the dead lord's territories, the man practically vibrated with excitement. He doesn't care who he serves. He just wants to be a real noble, and I'm his ticket. I told Maya about the forest base. No point hiding it anymore. Secret cards exist to be played. Expose one base, build two more. That's the Hydra way. Cut one head, grow two. Very on brand. Maya calculated the logistics for absorbing 4 territories' populations before winter. I gave her the forest base's 50 skilled farmers. She didn't even blink. Just got to work. Corin's executed his turncoat duties perfectly. Wyvern's territory fell without a fight. The Viscount's wife surrendered immediately when she heard her husband was dead. She was calm, dignified, and apparently stunning. Blonde, blue-eyed, pure-looking face with a body that could be classified as a weapon of mass destruction. Corin stared for exactly 1 second before snapping out of it. Smart man. He prefers power over women. Besides, she's my war trophy now. She's in her 20s, recently widowed, and completely aware of her situation. No husband means no protection, and being claimed by the victor is infinitely better than what happens to unprotected noble women in the north. Practical woman. I can respect that. White Wolf's territory was even easier. The old mercenary had no children, no heir, and all his veterans died in the battle. Nobody left to argue. Packed up the whole place. Wild Bull's territory? One of his barbarian warriors escaped during the night, ran home, and Wild Bull's daughter fled with the remaining soldiers before Corin's arrived. Only left behind some serfs. That's annoying. But 3 out of 4 territories absorbed in a week? I'll take it. Corin's went all in. Moved his entire territory's population to my land. Every serf, every soldier, everything. Sounds crazy, but the man's a genius. What did he actually give up? Loyalty costs nothing, his skills cost nothing, and his 200-300 serfs plus handful of soldiers wouldn't impress an Imperial Knight's butler. He bet pocket change on a lottery ticket, and he knows it. If I rise, he's my #1 guy with no competition. If I fall, he lost basically nothing. Businessman brain in a noble's body. Thanks to his efforts, my territory population broke 1,000, and ding, progress cap increased to 30. My celebration was undignified. Fist pump, hip thrust, more hip thrusts. I looked like a dog who just discovered spring. Not my proudest moment. Very happy though. The rewards this time? Actually incredible. 10 Teutonic Knights, the infantry kings of Age of Empires. These absolute units can tank hits from Templar Knights. 15 progress points each. 2 meters tall, muscles like bowling balls wrapped in muscles. Wearing plate armor nearly a finger thick, carrying swords that are basically sharpened metal blocks. The system gave them battle aura to fit this world, which explains how they can move in armor that would crush normal men. Downside. No horse alive can carry them, and they're slower than walking furniture. They're mobile fortresses, not pursuit cavalry. They can't even catch goblins. But for holding a line or breaking an enemy formation. Unstoppable. Next, Lord Template from Romance of 3 Kingdoms. Stats. Command 20, Martial 15, Intelligence 12, Politics 25, Charisma 30. Command lets me direct troops with an autocorrect feature. Even my garbage orders get interpreted correctly by system soldiers. Martial and Intelligence? I could lose a fight to a civilian. Politics teaches me to be thick-skinned and manage territory. Charisma is highest because apparently I'm handsome. The only confirmed stat I'm proud of. No levels though, gotta grind each stat manually. Fight to raise martial, study for intelligence, manage for politics, and be narcissistic for charisma? Fair enough. I discovered I can skin people by staring at them. Checked a Teutonic Knight, Martial 50, Intelligence 10, Charisma 30. 30 charisma. In a bucket helmet? How is that fair? Third reward. Mystery Arts from Heroes of Might and Magic. My favorite game from my past life. It converts spiritual power into magic and grants hidden knowledge about the world's supernatural side. I activated it, and immediately regretted everything. The world's secrets poured into my brain like drinking from a fire hose connected to Lovecraft's basement. I went pale, lost time, forgot what I experienced, and realized some knowledge was erased from my memory for my own protection. Whatever I saw, the price was heavy. My mind, my willpower, my entire worldview couldn't handle prolonged exposure. The system saved me from going insane, and I did get useful knowledge and magic resistance out of it. But I sealed mystery arts away immediately. Emergency use only. Some doors are better left closed until you're strong enough to handle what's behind them. Fourth reward, town center building. But that's for later. My brain needs to recover from accidentally peeking behind reality's curtain. The mystery arts scared me half to death, but the town center made up for it. This thing costs 30 progress points to buy normally. With my recovery speed, that's basically a geological epic of waiting. Getting it free? Chef's kiss. Now, the big question, how do I explain a 3-story building appearing overnight? I thought about it for hours. Came up with nothing. So my solution? Don't explain. Just drop it. Let people cope. Snuck out at 3 a.m. with my Teutonic Knights through the underground tunnels, stood at the planned town center, and materialized it. The building didn't teleport in. It grew from the ground up, foundation and all. Don't ask me how. I stopped asking how about anything system-related months ago. The building is shaped like a layered cake. Ground floor, half warehouse, half public hall. Second floor, offices with one VIP suite that has its own bathroom with ceramic pipes and copper plumbing. Third floor, water tower, watchtower, and bell tower. It's actually more comfortable than my castle. I briefly considered moving in before remembering castles exist for a reason, survival. But the real magic isn't the building. It's the system function. The town center lets me convert existing serfs into system farmers at 5 per progress point instead of summoning new ones at 2 per point. More than double the efficiency. Catch: there's a population cap of 1,000 at level 1, and upgrading needs more buildings, gold, and materials. Long-term project. Maya had been managing the population explosion brilliantly. With Ram the robot made doing all the calculations, the puppet's computing power exceeds 10,000 merchants combined. Maya dictated designs while Ram drew precise blueprints. Phase 1 of the new town, basic grass huts for the serfs before winter. Not pretty, but alive beats pretty. I spent the entire night trying to figure out how to maximize the town center's potential, and my politics stat of 25 wasn't cutting it. This question was above my pay grade. When I finally looked up, it was morning and Maya was standing outside the door. The Teutonic Knights wouldn't let her pass without my order. She wasn't stupid enough to test them either. But I could practically see the curiosity eating her alive. Before, my weirdness had plausible explanations. Today, 10 elite warriors in matching plate armor that no northern lord could dream of training, guarding a massive building that appeared from nothing overnight? There is no explanation for this. None. Not even a bad one. She's going to have so many questions she'll never ask. Professional to the end. Come in. I yawned at Maya after pulling an all-nighter. The Teutonic Knights shifted sideways to let her through, but kept their murder sensors locked on her. One wrong move, and she'd become confetti. Maya read the room perfectly, stayed at a safe distance, didn't mention the 2-meter iron giants or the building that materialized from thin air, and just stood there with her work reports like the world's most professional secretary. Outstanding survival instincts. I told her my plan. Announced that the top 100 serfs before first snow will be promoted to farmers, with property rights, their own land, their own stuff. And this isn't a one-time thing. Spring, harvest, more promotions. Dangle that carrot forever. Maya loved it. Serfs with nothing will eventually stop caring no matter how well you feed them. But farmers who own things? They'll work themselves to death voluntarily and fight to the death defending the territory, because losing means losing everything. I dumped my half-baked overnight ideas on her and went to eat and sleep. She stayed up, organizing my rambling into actual policy. By noon, she announced it. The territory went nuclear with excitement. These people literally started working like their lives depended on it, because it did. Every serf was competing for those 100 spots with everything they had. First snow fell. Ceremony day. 100 serfs walked into the town center as property. They walked out as people, with land deeds, a hoe, a sickle, an iron pot, and a bag of grain. their first ever private possessions. Some were crying. All of them knelt and swore loyalty. While they knelt, I secretly spent 20 progress points converting all 100 into system farmers. Their bodies will gradually recover to peak condition and they'll rapidly learn new skills. But it happens slowly. Can't have skeletons walking in and bodybuilders walking out. That'd raise questions. Settled into my renovated office, drank Maya's coffee, then chased it with tea, my old life habit for maximum caffeine. Works great except for the insomnia. Territory status check. Looking good. 150 system farmers before the ceremony, now 250 total. Buildings completed. Blacksmith, dock, mill, water wheel, bakery, stable, sheep pen, cattle yard, chicken farm, even a general store. The collapsed castle walls became our stone quarry. Forest prisoners supply lumber. Hundreds of serfs do the building. But the real game changer? The barracks and archery range. Like the town center, they can train people, convert system farmers into militia for free, then upgrade militia into 1-point soldiers over time. And no progress points needed. Also converts captured soldiers into system troops at 2 per progress point. I now have a self-sustaining military production pipeline. Serfs become farmers, farmers become militia, militia become soldiers. All I need is food and time. The progress points I save go toward elite units and equipment. This is no longer survival mode. This is empire building mode. I admired my territory's progress and generously gave myself 2/3 of the credit. Actually, rounding up, all the credit. I'm the Lord. Everyone works for me. And if anyone disagrees, the gallows are currently vacant. Democracy, Hydra style. Now, 2 loose ends. Corins and Wyvern's widow, Dale. Corins is that guy from your office who climbs over colleagues' corpses to reach management. Terrible co-worker, amazing employee. His ambition is my leash. As long as I keep dangling promotions, he'll never escape. No corporate climber can resist the siren call of a raise and a bigger title. Then there's Dale. The moment I met her, my brain went straight to those comics from my past life, the ones you don't discuss in polite company. Her proportions are so impossible that standing face to face, our lips are still a foot apart because of the obstruction. Standing back to back, a dog could jump through the gap. I had a genuine fear of inadequacy for the first time. I'm a normal human male. Pan Xian, Deng Xiao, donkey. I'm missing the donkey part. But the real issue isn't my ego. Maya identified Dale as having witch blood. Maya knows her stuff, as personal maid to a countess with special tastes. She's personally handled over 1,000 women of every age, race, body type, and hair color. She can identify a witch by touch. Don't ask how. This world's magic users. Mages study for decades and learn spells through knowledge. Sorcerers have active bloodlines that awaken, sometimes during puberty from a crush, which is embarrassingly unromantic but still counts as magical ascension. They're emotional, impulsive, and would start a bar fight over a look. The 5 fireball cult. If one fireball doesn't solve it, the fireball wasn't big enough. Witches, though? Hidden bloodlines, suppressed magic, constantly persecuted. Their power activates through negative emotions, and once corrupted, they become twisted and extreme. Their specialties? Potions, shape-shifting, and curses. All the stuff that's nearly impossible to detect or defend against. Dale is on the edge of awakening right now. If she gets too emotional, say, about the guy who killed her husband, her magic could corrupt and I'd be dealing with curses, poison, or waking up as a PIG. Silver lining. Wyvern was so obsessed with blood purity that he never even touched her. Wanted to wait until her magic stabilized, so their kids would be genetically superior. So technically she's a widow with 0 emotional attachment to the dead guy. When I learned this, I was secretly thrilled for way too long. At least I'm not technically a homewrecker, but a potential time bomb which in my territory, who could snap any day? That's a problem that needs a game solution. So I opened the system and started browsing. Harry Potter games. Tons of them in the system, and Hogwarts magic fits this world's witch definition perfectly. The power ceiling isn't crazy high, but the breadth is amazing, and it's incredibly beginner-friendly. If a bunch of 11-year-olds can cast spells in their first semester, surely I can manage. I grabbed the full 7-year curriculum, a standard wand, robes, pointy hat, cauldron, crystal vials, telescope, brass scales, the whole Hogwarts starter pack. Went with the basic student wand. No special properties, just stable output. Perfect for learning without weird side effects. Aguamini flicked the wand, and a clean stream of water shot out, arced beautifully through the air, and drilled a small hole in the ground. My first spell. No wet feet, no explosions, no accidents. I'm a wizard now. A 40-year-old soul in a teenager's body, standing in a medieval basement, casting Harry Potter spells. My life is an absolute fever dream. The puppeteer training actually helped. My mental power is so refined that I don't need emotional focus or even verbal incantations as much. I can direct magic with precision most wizards would need decades to achieve. So learning spells is going fast. Hogwarts without a teacher, speed-running the curriculum. I even built a greenhouse behind the castle for magical herbs, combining Hogwarts blueprints with Super Farm's growth-boosting soil and water. Didn't buy the full greenhouse, though. Some Hogwarts plants can kill you with their smell, and mandrakes scream entire rooms to death. Budget greenhouse it is. Hogwarts potions are insane, though. Colds. Trivial. Broken bones. Easy. All your bones removed. Still fixable. I'm never giving up potion making. Now for the Dale situation. I prepared a spell-casting beginner's book, a household magic encyclopedia, an herbology textbook, and a standard wand. Then had Maya bring her to me. Dale's been living in the castle since day one. Nobody finds this weird because she's literally my war trophy. How I use her is entirely my business, according to everyone. But since Maya warned me about the witch blood, I've been a perfect gentleman. Her awakening is at a critical stage, one emotional spike, and her magic corrupts. The guy who killed her husband making moves on her, that's asking for a curse. So instead of what I want to do, I'm giving her magic books, teaching her to control her power safely, being a responsible, mature, patient lord. I hate it, but becoming a pig would be worse. The castle's been renovated enough that it's actually livable now. Private bathrooms, game system furniture, quality rivaling any mid-tier imperial noble. Dale's been living the spa life, silk sheets, hot baths every morning, jasmine oil skincare routine. She knows her face and body are her only bargaining chips, so she maintains them like a Ferrari owner maintains his engine. And the results? Golden hair glowing, skin like white porcelain, wearing an off-shoulder white dress looking like an angel who fell from heaven. The kind of beauty that makes every man feel the same primal urge to conquer perfection. We're simple creatures, really. Maya knocked on her door, and Dale knew. Judgment Day. She'd already accepted her fate. Freedom? She doesn't want freedom. Her dad showed her what happens to unprotected women when she was little. She's a trained golden canary, bred by her small noble family to be offered to higher nobles in exchange for favor. Obedient, no ambition, no aggression. Can't even bite during specific situations. She just wants a cage with a kind owner. Outside the cage, eagles and hunters. Inside, safety. From today, you will study magic under me, I announced, showing off my Lumos spell like I was Dumbledore himself. I've learned like 5 spells total, but my delivery was flawless. Greetings, teacher. Dale curtsied before the light even appeared, and when she bent forward, basketball physics. I've seen chandeliers hang. I've never seen them hang like that. I needed a moment. Let's sit on the couch. Relax. The study couch is wider than a single bed, thick cushions, excellent shock absorption. I've tested it personally. Now I'm sitting between Dale and Maya because I kept Maya as a chaperone. Also because I suspect Maya might have hidden magical blood too. Teaching method. Read the textbook out loud. I'm not smart enough to improvise. If I tried teaching from MY understanding, I'd drive 2 intelligent women straight off a cliff. So I just read, with a book strategically placed on my lap. For support, there's a stand. While reading, I scan their stats to distract myself from the softness and bounciness. Maya, Command 40, Martial 40, Intelligence 65, Politics 60, Charisma 70. Talent, Management, 40 Martial? She could beat me like a drum. No wonder I always lose our sparring sessions and end up with a sore back. She's literally twice my combat rating. Dale, Command 5, Martial 5, Intelligence 20, Politics 5, Charisma 80. 80 Charisma. She's basically a walking charm spell. But Intelligence only 20 means low magic potential. And her witch bloodline shows. Potions 5, Shapeshifting 3, Curse 1, Summoning 1. So she'll be a potion specialist. Good. I need a pharmacist, not a combat mage. Maya has no special bloodline, though, which wastes her incredible intelligence stat. Something feels OFF about that, but my Lord template is too budget to show me more details. 3 people on one couch. Soft. Bouncy. Squeezed together. I read the textbook with the focus of a man defusing a bomb. Heart. Chaotic. Face. Calm. Book placement. Strategic. Couldn't keep reading with Dale's basketballs constantly bumping and squeezing me. Plus, the book stand was too rigid and the book too hard, making sitting very uncomfortable. So I crossed my legs, sent Dale off with her supplies, and had Ram escort her to the greenhouse. The second she left that room, I grabbed Maya, and we began an intensive study of couch elasticity. Scientific rigor. Multiple trials. Dale paused outside the door, clearly knowing what was about to happen. Part of her wanted to join and secure a permanent meal ticket, but the magic wand in her hand was equally tempting. Career versus romance. She chose career. Smart girl. Ram led her to the greenhouse, and Dale's JW dropped. The thing looks like a crystal palace. Massive, transparent, shimmering. This world has glass, but using this much high-quality glass for a building is like wallpapering your bathroom with $100 bills. Even rich imperial nobles don't go this far. Then she saw the guards at the entrance, plants with eyes and mouths. She screamed and jumped back so hard that her physics-defying assets nearly achieved escape velocity. These plants have faces, Ram's response. These are the greenhouse guards. Please water and fertilize them. It makes them happy. Dale asked another question. Ram repeated the exact same sentence. Her AI is basically a smart speaker with legs. Inside was even more insane. Hogwarts space expansion magic means the interior is way bigger than the outside. Like Dale herself, impossibly large for the container. I'd only opened a small section, but it was already a forest-sized paradise with perfect lighting, temperature, and humidity. The super farm soil and spring water turned my casually scattered seeds into a lush wonderland. Dale found 2 treehouses inside, one for potion brewing, one for books. Both empty, waiting for her to fill them. She went from terrified war trophy to happy gardener in about 15 minutes. Reminded her of the little forest back home she'd visit when sad. 2 years in the frozen north, and she'd almost forgotten what peace felt like. Meanwhile, back in the study, Maya had already tidied up her clothes. I was lying flat on the couch, staring at the ceiling with dead fish eyes. The ambitious elasticity test had ended in defeat. Again. Before Maya left, I pulled out the spiritual meditation manual and focus headband from my drawer. Dale got witch training on day 1. Maya's been working for me for 2 years and getting worked on nightly. She deserves something. I'm not heartless, and I'm definitely not the kind of guy who pulls out and pulls away. Besides, my paranoia about Maya has calmed down. As my territory and strength grew, the fear shrank. Looking back at how scared I was of her feels almost silly now. I won't drop my guard completely, but I've stopped seeing assassination attempts in every shadow. Gave her the meditation technique knowing she'd use it better than I ever could. With 65 intelligence, she'll probably master it in a week while I spend a month struggling. I've got more planned for her too. Just a theory for now, needs testing and time. But if I'm right, well, that's for later. Winter again, everything buried in snow, and I'm underground like a mole with ambitions. After exposing my goblin army and forest base, I've been paranoid about building new secret assets. So naturally, I decided to construct an entire dungeon city beneath my castle. 3 floors planned. Floor 1 is a labyrinth with classic monsters guarding it. Floor 2 is farming and production. Even underground cities need groceries. Floor 3 is the Demon Lord Palace and Barracks. If I could, I'd build a 4th floor with a subway system and achieve the legendary 1,000-layer cake achievement. But that needs 50-point progress cap, so, later. I drew the blueprints freehand without proper planning because that's how I do everything. Started building tunnels, got creative with the layout, felt like a genius architect, and then, GOT lost. In my own dungeon. That I built. Myself. My sense of direction was garbage in my past life, and apparently death doesn't fix that. Had to literally create a new tunnel to escape, sweating bullets the entire time. I need dungeon servants who can guide me out when I get lost, I said, toweling off panic sweat. Very dignified. Very lordly. The underground workshop expanded to 600 square meters with a work zone, synthesis zone, and a proper living area with a garden. If someone gave me food and a computer with internet, I could hibernate down here for 6 months. Sadly, no Wi-Fi in medieval fantasy worlds. Then a slime bumped my foot while I was drinking coffee. I picked it up, volleyball-sized, squishy, warm in winter, cool in summer, incredibly stress-relieving to squeeze. And then my brain did something dangerous. What if I combined a slime with a puppet intelligence core in the synthesis furnace? Result: slime made. 5'3", translucent, looks like a jelly figure in a maid outfit. No bones, can't walk, oozes everywhere instead. But she's got the intelligence core so she can clean, serve drinks, and guide visitors. She's also fully shapeable. You can mold her into any form with your bare hands. Every forbidden thought I've ever had suddenly had a delivery method. However, slime body fluid is acidic, dissolves small animals and garbage over time, which means all those creative ideas would result in structural damage to certain body parts. My remaining moral standards are being defended not by willpower, but by chemistry. Thank you, biology, for protecting me from myself. Made a bunch of slime maids for the dungeon and the castle. They handle cleaning, tea service, and guest navigation with decent competence. Monsters as maids. Peak demon lord lifestyle. With the servant problem solved, I realized the dungeon maze still needs better lighting, fresh air, heating, and decoration. Looked at my underground garden, had an idea, and the wheels started turning again. I am building a civilization under my castle. One squishy maid at a time. Dungeon decorating time. Replace the creepy glowing moss with lantern grass wall lamps. And I'm building mini gardens every few corridors in the maze. Each one with a fountain, greenery, and a different fruit or vegetable. Functional landmarks, so I stop getting lost in my own dungeon. Turn left at the strawberry garden. Beets. Wander until you cry. Any day. Guards? Pea shooters from Plants vs. Zombies. Can't move, but in a tunnel? They don't need to. Brought the slime maids up to the castle. The place looks incredible now. Hallways lined with porcelain vases, oil paintings, decorative weapons, knight armor on display stands, large glass windows letting in winter light. All system purchased for pocket change and progress points, but every piece could hang in an imperial mansion. Fake it till you make it, but with really good fakes. Found Dale in the greenhouse using cooking magic, ingredients and utensils dancing through the air like a culinary ballet, zero collisions. Her witch talent is blooming beautifully through Hogwarts training. Checked her stats. Intelligence jumped from 20 to 30, charisma up to 85, and she finally has a visible magic power bar, 280 out of 300. She can now cast witch magic without a wand, but why would she? Hogwarts spells are elegant. Just wave and get results. No creepy rituals, no emotional breakdowns needed. Dark witch magic? Let it rot. She basically decided. Style over evil. I approve. Master, fresh blueberry cookies and milk tea. Perfect temperature. She lit up like sunshine when I walked in. Her eyes sparkled. Her smile was genuine, and my gaze involuntarily dropped to confirm. Yep, the changes she mentioned are indeed very present. Swallowed hard. She's calling me Master now, same as Maya. Not from fear anymore, genuine gratitude. I solved her witch blood instability problem, and she's heard what happens when that goes wrong. You get ugly, twisted, monstrous. For a woman whose entire survival strategy is being beautiful, that's worse than death. So her loyalty is real now. The greenhouse is thriving, herbs growing fast, Dale studying potion making with natural talent. She'll be producing medical supplies soon. Maya commandeered one of the tree houses as her office and has been training Dale as her personal maid. Low-cut uniform. Very bouncy when she walks. I mentally gave Maya a standing ovation. She knows exactly what I like, and she delivers without being asked. I am increasingly dependent on this woman, and I'm not even mad about it. Found Maya at her desk wearing the spirit headband I gave her, processing paperwork with laser focus. Under the lantern grass light, I noticed faint crow's feet at her eyes. 38 years old. Time doesn't stop for anyone. I felt a pang of something, not sure what. Then I noticed Ram organizing bookshelves full of management, economics, psychology, and architecture textbooks I'd translated through the system but never read because I physically cannot sit through academic material. Gave them all to Maya, who actually devours them. Smart people and their weird hobbies. Dale was behind me poking the slime, made with her finger like a curious child. Poke, jiggle, poke, jiggle. Completely at odds with her bombshell exterior, but genuinely adorable. When you're well-fed, safe, and powerful, a goofy jelly maid is charming entertainment. When you're starving and desperate, it's a nightmare. Luckily, I'm in the first category now. Life is finally, actually good. Handed Maya the slime maids to manage the castle, cleaning, errands, general housework. She detected they were some kind of puppet creature hybrid, using her new spiritual senses from the headband. Nodded approvingly. With Shar handling security, Dale cooking, and slime maids doing chores, Maya can finally focus on what she's actually good at, running my entire life. But here's the thing that's been gnawing at me. Maya is almost 40, and it's worse than just age. Servitude church maids take a secret drug that preserves their looks and energy. The catch? Permanent infertility and shortened lifespan. Once wrinkles start showing, the countdown has begun. Those crow's feet I noticed? That's not just aging. That's a death clock. She might have 1 year. Maybe 2. I need to strengthen her, and fast. 2 options exist. Profession enhancement, like Shar got with Templar Knight, or bloodline fusion through the synthesis furnace. Now, I've been dying to enhance myself too, but I'm playing the long game. What if I grab something powerful early, like Wolverine's bloodline, and it blocks me from getting something better later, like Superman? What if bloodlines conflict? What if the mutation goes wrong? Not all evolution is good evolution. So I've been cautious. Puppeteer for mental power, universally useful. Hogwarts magic for utility, doesn't alter my body. Nothing that locks me into a dead-end build. But Maya can't wait for my careful theorizing. She's running out of time. After a long think, I made my decision. Can I fully trust her? Still no. Do I need her? In every possible way. Emotionally, practically, professionally. Is it worth the risk? Yes. Plus, I discovered something with Shar. I can revoke system enhancements. If I ever need to. Remove what I give, I can. The person would revert to their original state. For someone whose original state is nearly dead from life force depletion. Well, let's just say it's an insurance policy I hope I never use. Call me dark, but this world doesn't reward kindness. It punishes it. My pick for Maya, the T-virus. Yes, that T-virus. From Resident Evil. Derived from a progenitor virus fused with leech DNA. Terrifyingly infectious in its original form, but the benefits? Enhanced endurance, regenerated vitality, and it unlocks telekinesis. Perfect for someone with Maya's intelligence stats. I considered it for myself, but chickened out because it rewrites your DNA. For me, too risky, unknown interactions with future upgrades. For Maya, who's about to die anyway. The calculus is different. Am I a good person for trying to save her? Am I terrible for building in a kill switch? Both. Neither. I'm a survivor in a world that eats the gentle. And right now, keeping Maya alive is the smartest investment I can make. Spring approaching, preparations finally done. Brought Maya to the underground lab for the first time. Her eyes were scanning everything, but she said nothing. Professional. Strip. Keep the headband. It'll help. I opened a briefcase with 2 syringes, T-virus and antidote. Injected virus through the foot. My genius theory being it'll reach the brain slower, giving her time to hit the antidote at the neck before it crosses the finish line. Am I a scientist? No. Is this medically sound? Probably not. Did I have a backup plan if she turned into a zombie? Kind of. Maya walked into the synthesis furnace without hesitating, stood next to what was definitely a coffin, hopefully not for her, and injected herself. Her expression? Nothing. Zero change. Servitude church training is so hardcore that this woman could be on fire and still maintain a polite smile. I was more nervous than she was. Then her headband started glowing and vibrating, spirit power spiking beyond the equipment's limits. T-virus was working. When the headband started cracking, she calmly injected the antidote. No hesitation, no greed for more power. That's why she survived this long. Observation period, all clear. Vitality restored, skin tightened, cell damage reversed. She looked 5 years younger in minutes. Success. But that was just the appetizer. Phase 2. Fuse her with a Gorgon, a snake-haired Medusa monster, upgraded version, stronger than the goblin general. The T-virus was specifically to make her body tough enough to survive this fusion without losing her mind. The furnace opened. Maya walked out, and I noticed her new red hair sweeping across her hips seemed to be moving on its own. "How do you feel?" I handed her clothes. She didn't take them. Instead, she looked at me like a snake eyeing an egg. Her tongue came out, and it was forked. I should not have picked a snake monster as the fusion material. This was my last thought before she pounced. New stats: Intelligence 70, Charisma 80, Magic Power 700. Skills include Petrification Ray, Snake Hair Grapple, Curse Kiss, and Venom Snake Summoning. She accidentally became a sorcerer through the fusion. The synthesis furnace unlocked something I didn't even plan for. She could compete with mid-tier generals in Romance of Three Kingdoms and petrify anyone who annoys her. I created a monster. A beautiful, terrifyingly competent, insatiable monster. After the celebration, I was lying in the underground bed completely empty. Not metaphorically, I literally lost 3 pounds of body weight. Mild dehydration. Shivering under damp sheets, curled up like a traumatized shrimp. Before, Maya was just hard to satisfy. Now she actively harvests. I fell asleep for a full day and night, then crawled to Dale's greenhouse for medicinal soup before I felt even slightly human again. One woman already nearly kills me. Dale is visually an even bigger threat. Just looking at her proportions tells you she burns men like firewood. And I'm planning to eventually. No. My body can't handle it. How do imperial nobles maintain harems? Is there a class for this? A potion? I desperately wanted to enhance myself. Superman's bloodline, Wolverine's healing, anything. But my brain kept saying, what if it conflicts with something better later? So I suffered in silence. Even a Nephilim from Diablo, angel-demon hybrid with unlimited potential, I'd save 10 years of progress points for that. But it's not available at my current level. So here I am. A demon lord, puppeteer, wizard, territorial lord, being physically dominated by his own maid. Peak transmigrator achievement. Back in my study, scribbling notes like a student cramming before finals. Maya's enhancement worked, proving my theories right, but I'm not using the same approach on myself. My goals are bigger. I need something with unlimited ceiling, not a quick power-up that blocks future upgrades. I'm not even 20 yet. I can wait. T-Virus stays a one-time tool, never mass-produced. If this world's mages discover it, they're exactly like Earth scientists, absolutely zero self-restraint, would gleefully study something that could end civilization just to see what happens. Magical Resident Evil is not on my bucket list, so I used the synthesis furnace to fuse the virus traces away under the Gorgon bloodline and destroyed all evidence. Paranoia? No, survival. Spring plowing season means even I can't hide in my dungeon. Maya's been using me, not just for work. She needs to burn off her enhanced energy, and apparently I'm her preferred exercise equipment. Between processing daily reports at the town center, converting supplies, and serving as Maya's human stress ball, I'm running on empty. Without Dale's daily medicinal soup, I genuinely think I'd drop dead. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is pulverized. Territory's growing, though. And here's the elegant part. Everything looks totally explainable. A lucky lord with a famous ex-imperial aide running things? Maya's reputation alone justifies the progress. Nobody needs to know about systems, game currencies, or underground robot labs. But new problems keep spawning faster than I solve old ones. Economy? What economy? My general store has been a decoration for months. No free citizens means no commerce. Construction? Going great thanks to last year's promised promotions. Serfs are working like their lives depend on it, which they do. The real crisis? Gender ratio. 9 to 1, men to women. 9 guys for every girl. Trouble is already brewing. I am not letting the world's oldest profession establish a branch office in my territory, and I definitely don't want to accidentally create an ancient Greek-style sacred band situation. This needs fixing fast. Mining. Wild Bull's old territory has a quality iron deposit, 70 to 80% iron content, barely needs refining. Problem? His daughter escaped with barbarian allies and will absolutely come back with angry northern savages for revenge. Sending miners without a military escort is sending them to die. But I can't spare troops and develop the territory simultaneously. Coal. Send the goblins to dig around Magic Horn Forest. Those little monsters are just sitting there eating. Time to earn their keep for the demon lord. For now, though, spring plowing first. Sent Corins to Mala town with trade goods to buy serfs and livestock. He's been desperate for a real assignment anyway. Maya is so dominant that he's basically been her errand boy, and for a man with his ambitions, fetching paperwork is spiritual torture. When I gave him this mission, his eyes lit up like I'd promoted him to general. His moment is finally here. And honestly, I need him to succeed, because this territory's problems are multiplying faster than my progress points. Called Corins to my office. The Teutonic Knights at the door gave him their signature. "We will end you." Stare as he walked in with textbook perfect posture and a flawless bow. Say what you want about the man. His etiquette is immaculate. "Sit down, Baron." He sat instantly, even though noble protocol says he should stand respectfully until dismissed. But when the boss says sit, you sit. Even if you've got hemorrhoids. You smile through the blood, and when you stand up, you discreetly wipe the chair forward. That's aristocratic training. I gave him the big speech. "You've shown ability, ambition, and patience. I'm putting you in charge of territorial commerce." His face fell for exactly half a second. Because what commerce? We're surrounded by broke lords who'd rather steal than trade. Then I emphasized northern trade routes, and his eyes sparked. He caught it immediately. I'm talking about trading with the northern barbarians. Not exactly public knowledge, but barbarian territories are sitting on gold nuggets, gemstones, and premium furs. The north looks poor, but underground? It's a gold mine, literally. Just nobody can develop it because of distance, danger, and cost. Don't judge barbarians by their clothes. Back on Earth, professional beggars drove BMWs. Same energy. Gave him fancy noble outfits and a white warhorse as rewards. He's my territory's face for external dealings now. Can't have him showing up to negotiations looking like a refugee. He walked home clutching the clothes himself, leading the horse personally. Looked ridiculous, but I understood. This was pride he was carrying. I'd built him a proper villa earlier. 2-story house with an attic and balcony, servant quarters, kitchen, stable, fenced yard. Nothing special by imperial standards, but in the north? Luxury. His wife, Katie, burst out of the front door. "Oh, darling, what I asked that." Hands pressed against her impressive chest in theatrical shock. She's a country knight's daughter. Pretty, excitable, reads like an open book. Every emotion on her face at maximum volume. Corins married her specifically because she's transparent. For a professional schemer, a wife with zero hidden agendas is the ultimate comfort. The clothing bundle included women's dresses for Katie and their daughter Kayla. Katie's eyes went full sparkle mode. The Lord is so kind, and you know what? She's right. By this world's standards, I am kind. Corins fought against me, stabbed his own ally, surrendered, and I gave him a house, a job, new clothes, and a horse. Most northern lords would have displayed his head on a pike. Corins looked at his wife's innocent smile, unchanged since the day they met, and got emotional for a moment. Maybe the only thing that changed over all these years of climbing and scheming was himself. Their daughter Kayla was out back practicing sword work. She learned from a retired knight at her grandfather's place and wants to be a loyal knight herself. Disapproves of her father's ambition. 3-year-old son Comey was napping. Normal family stuff in an abnormal world. I'm building something here. Not just walls and armies, but lives. People with homes, careers, families, hope. And weirdly, for a paranoid transmigrator who trusts nobody completely, that feels pretty good. Corins went all in when he joined me, and honestly, it paid off. I gave him a villa with monthly salary, supplies, and bonuses. His wife went from, "How do I make gruel edible?" to, "Which dress should I wear today?" The man bet smart. I respect that. Loaded up the trade wagons from my secret internal warehouse. Public warehouse is Maya's domain. Internal warehouse. My eyes only, guarded by system soldiers, connected to underground tunnels. Whatever I summon goes in there. Comes out looking like it arrived from somewhere legitimate. Maya probably suspects something, but she can't prove anything. And that's the whole point. Men need their little secrets. You ever met a couple who shares everything? Didn't think so. Same trade goods as before. Cloth, porcelain, salted fish, iron pots. Sounds boring? An iron pot in the deep north buys you a barbarian's entire tent, including the woman inside. Gold is useless up here. You can't eat it, can't cook with it, can't keep warm with it. But a cooking pot? That's civilization in a box. Sent Corins off with a massive escort. 4 scouts, 10 cuirassiers, 10 horse archers, 20 bowmen, 20 spearmen, 20 militia support. 80 soldiers total. Enough to wipe any northern lord off the map. Corins looked at those troops and went pink with excitement. Poor man's been doing paperwork under Maya for months. Seeing actual military force made him almost emotional. With the cavalry gone, I wanted to check Wild Bull's iron mine, but couldn't safely travel without mounted escorts. So Shar and I rode our armored war sheep to Magichorn Forest instead. The forest base is basically a lumber camp now. Converted prisoners chopping trees daily. Problem? Nobody's managing them. My original instructions were half-baked, so efficiency is garbage. I need a proper manager, but this is the North. Talent doesn't exist here. I've been drooling over Romance of Three Kingdoms heroes for months. Zhuge Liang handling my logistics? Guan Yu leading my army? Yes, please. But the style mismatch between ancient Chinese warriors and this Western fantasy world makes summoning costs insane. Even regular soldiers cost more from Three Kingdoms than Age of Empires. Named heroes? I'd need to mortgage my entire progress point future. Templates are cheaper though. Instead of summoning the actual Lu Bu, I could just get his combat template and apply it to someone local. Problem: templates amplify existing ability. Slapping a god-tier warrior template on a fisherman produces a slightly better fisherman. Teutonic knights with 50 martial power are considered elite here, but real Three Kingdoms generals start at like 80 or 90. The gap is massive. Could I give myself the Lu Bu template? With my pathetic 15 martial? I'd be the world's most legendary disappointment. Dynasty Warriors, Couch Potato Edition. Joan of Arc though. If I could summon her. No. Focus. Stop window shopping for legendary heroes and manage your lumber camp. Owen. Activated the Demon Lord Aura and rode deeper into Magichorn Forest with Shar. Most people think this forest is no big deal. Wrong. The outer ring is normal trees. The inner ring? Pure nightmare fuel. Magichorn trees are basically giant iron black, thorns the size of buildings, no leaves, no flowers, covered in poisonous spikes that kill everything around them. Nothing else grows near them. It's like a cursed forest from a fairy tale, except the curse is real and the trees are actively trying to murder you. Found the Goblin General's camp. It was disgusting. Broken tents everywhere, trash, dung, and a pot boiling, half a goblin with baby goblins circling it drooling. Nobody dared get close though. Last one who tried probably became the other half. They'd survived winter by eating each other. Circle of Life, Goblin Edition. This is what you've accomplished, I scolded the general. He broke into a cold sweat and dropped to his knees instantly. I let him squirm for a moment, then eased off. Honestly, with the resources I gave him, maintaining this level of squalor was actually impressive. Then the general dragged out some crates, trying to redeem himself. Inside, old coins, strange artifacts, all manufactured items. Found in the deep Magichorn Forest. You're telling me there's an underground ruin in there? The general nodded. He's from a dungeon game. He can smell underground structures the way a dog smells bacon. My brain exploded with questions. Who built a dungeon under the north? The barbarians? Why here under poisonous death trees? What's inside? Please be boring archaeological junk and not a sealed demon lord. Because if something's imprisoned down there and I accidentally free it while living next door, that's the worst neighbor situation since. Well, since my neighbors tried to kill me. But it's been here for ages without incident, so no rush to panic. First, test whether goblins can be converted through system buildings like serfs can. Snuck a batch of goblins to the barracks at night. They were twitching with criminal intent the entire march. Every building and livestock making their thieving little eyes sparkle. Had soldiers everywhere and the general executing a few troublemakers to maintain order. Tense evening. But it worked. 1 progress point converts 10 goblins into goblin farmers. That's 5 times cheaper than human conversion. The converted ones still look ugly and sneaky, but they actually follow orders now. And like system farmers, they can train into basic soldiers through the barracks over time. If goblins weren't so weak and hideous, I'd replace my entire population with them. But as cannon fodder? Perfect. Cheap, expendable, mass-producible cannon fodder with just enough discipline to point in the right direction. Now I've got a mysterious dungeon to eventually explore and a goblin conversion pipeline. One terrifying, one exciting. The dungeon exploration I'm absolutely not doing personally. I didn't spend 2 years building an army just to go dungeon crawling like some idiot protagonist. That's what minions are for. Goblins are disposable. If I need population space, I'll just send a batch on a suicide mission. No guilt. Have you seen what's in their cooking pots? Sympathy revoked permanently. Use the gold coins the goblin general scavenged to upgrade the town center to level 2. Population cap jumped to 5,000, and now I can convert civilians, smarter, more flexible workers who can do actual skilled labor, not just farming. The difference between farmers and civilians? Farmers pay in grain, civilians pay in taxes. Economy 101, Medieval Edition. The catch? Only people with functioning spirits can become civilians. Those broken, dead-eyed serfs who survive the death road north? Their ceiling is basic farmer. Can't upgrade trauma and starvation damage past a certain point. The system enhances what's there. It doesn't create from nothing. Maya gave me the reality check on military ratios. Minimum 10 farmers per soldier. And that's tight. Factor in women, children, elderly, equipment costs, and one bad harvest turns that ratio into a famine. Most lords keep it at 15 or 20 to 1. Knights need 100 farmers each. That's why they're called pre-nobility. No small village as a fief, no knight. I did a full census and, yeah, numbers are impressive, but the ratio is catastrophic. Castle garrison, 10 ninjas, 10 Teutonic knights, slime maids, 1 medic. Territory army, 200 infantry, swordsmen, archers, spearmen, javelin throwers, 30 cavalry. Forest base, 50 farmers, 60 elite soldiers. Goblin forces, 1 general with 7 elite specialists, 300 goblin farmers, 180 goblin soldiers, including 30 mounted on magic sheep. Total civilian population, about 1,200 humans. Total fighters, absolutely way too many for 1,200 mouths to feed. Without my system welfare program, this territory would have collapsed months ago. New plan. Freeze infantry numbers, upgrade quality instead, slowly add cavalry, and pour everything into agriculture and livestock. Time to actually use the super farm game properly. Problem? Energy conservation applies even to magic farming. Super farms' growth acceleration drains the life force from surrounding soil. Plants wilt, then die, then the ground turns to sand. Completely reversible, but the cost is insane. So speed harvesting every few hours? Technically possible, but environmentally apocalyptic. Then I had a eureka moment. The underground ruins in Magichorn Forest. The biggest obstacle to exploration is that those indestructible poison trees block all access. Cutting them down is harder than rebuilding the ruins from scratch. But what if I used super farm fields to drain the Magichorn tree's life force? If the accelerated growth sucks energy from surrounding plants, and Magichorn trees are plants, I could literally starve those demon trees to death using magical agriculture. Farm my way into a dungeon. That is the most me solution possible, turning a farming game into a siege weapon. Visited the goblin camp and got genuinely surprised. The converted goblins built tree houses and furniture. Still ugly, still sneaky-eyed, but they're cooperating, working, and maintaining a clean camp. That's basically goblin civilization. Am I worried they'll rebel? No, their domestication runs on system code. Break the system template, they revert to savages. Can't have civilization and rebellion simultaneously. It's one or the other. Rewarded the goblin general with upgraded hero equipment. Promoted him to elite goblin general, now strong enough to spar with Teutonic knights. He was so grateful he almost committed ritual suicide to prove loyalty. Please don't, I said. Good help is hard to find. Set up super farm fields near the Magichorn trees, and the results were spectacular. The accelerated farming drained those indestructible poison trees like vampires sucking blood. The trees shriveled, cracked, and collapsed into dense black blocks. And these blocks, incredible fuel, burned so hot they melted an iron pot. Solved my coal shortage and my dungeon access problem in one move. Farming as a weapon. I'm killing unkillable trees with agriculture. Peak transmigrator energy. But I learned my lesson. Unlimited super farm acceleration turns soil to sand. After clearing the Magichorn trees, I dialed back the growth speed and taught goblins to fertilize properly. Teaching goblins about composting was An experience I'd rather forget. The smell, the hands-on demonstrations, the goblins enthusiastically volunteering while I gagged. At least they're eager students. The converted goblins have actually improved my opinion of the species. Their cooking pot no longer contains suspicious humanoid ingredients. Progress. The goblin general's been busy fighting off wild goblin raiders attracted by our food stores. His scout goblins set up trap networks throughout the forest that would make a Vietnam-era tunnel rat nervous. Any goblin dumb enough to approach gets eliminated before reaching camp. Larger groups? The general rides out with his elite squad and those beautiful goblin-mounted magic sheep cavalry. Absolute carnage. More territory cleared means more farmland and more fuel production. The super farm fields slowly advance toward the underground ruins while producing food and magic horn tree charcoal. It's a profit-generating siege. I love it. Only headache. My to-do list is growing faster than my progress points recover. Every project needs points. Every priority conflicts with 3 others. And my notebook looks like a madman's diary. Being a demon lord, territory builder, puppeteer, wizard farmer is exhausting. Got back from goblin fertilizer duty with my nose basically dead, and Corins hit me with bad news. Great timing, universe. His second trade run was a success though, brought back 300 serfs including 100 women. The man traveled for weeks, lost weight, pushed deep toward the imperial border where female serfs are actually available. All on MY supplies and MY soldiers. But credit where it's due. He delivered. The gender ratio is still terrible, but at least it's moving in the right direction. Then the bad news. The Empire is launching a second northern expedition. The first one, 20 years ago, was basically a death march. Criminals, refugees, and desperate people sent north to die fighting barbarians. 90% casualty rate. The survivors became us border lords. Over the following years, tens of thousands more trickled in, and slowly, this frozen wasteland started producing actual wealth. And now that the garbage dump is growing flowers, the gardeners have arrived. Translation: the people who did nothing are coming to steal everything. This new expedition isn't starving refugees with sticks. It's noble second sons with no inheritance, bankrupt minor nobles, mercenary companies, and wandering knights. All armed, all hungry for land, and all with zero interest in peaceful farming. Their playbook is obvious. Grab territory, manufacture conflict with a neighbor, start a fight, win, take everything. Maya warned me about this pattern specifically. Can I stop it? Nope. Noble greed is a universal constant. The Empire created the northern territories as a dumping ground, waited for us to turn wasteland into something valuable, and now they're sending the vultures. Classic scam. Let someone else do the hard work, then take the results. The silver lining? The big nobles aren't moving yet. Our territory is still too small time for dukes and marquises who run their own mini-kingdoms. This wave is mid-tier and minor nobles making speculative moves, not full invasions. More like venture capitalists than conquerors. Also, my territory is far from the border. The expedition will chew through closer lords first, giving me time. But as my territory keeps growing and getting richer, eventually some hungry wolf is going to smell the feast and come running. Trouble's coming, I sighed in my study. Not today, not tomorrow, but it's coming, and I need to be ready when it arrives. The clock is ticking. Again, can't stop the second expedition, can't control noble greed. My only plan: build faster, fight harder, and keep a T-virus syringe in my back pocket as a nuclear option. If everything goes sideways, I drop the biological apocalypse and run. Is that insane? Yes. Would I do it? Let's say I'm keeping the option open. 9 heads, baby. Cut 1 off, grow 2 more. That's the Hydra way. But first I needed stress relief. Visited Dale in the greenhouse for some decompression. She smiled sweetly as I left. I did not smile. First time in my life, I wanted to enhance myself not for combat, but for performance reasons. It was that humiliating. If I still had my middle-aged dignity, I would have collapsed from shame. Fled to the underground lab in peak sage mode and started organizing my puppeteer notes. Silver lining of humiliation. Incredible mental clarity. Discovered I've actually learned a lot over the past year. Not enough to replicate puppet components, but at least I understand the overall system now. If this were an exam, I'd score 30 points minimum. Passing? No, but better than 0. Intelligence and politics both went up 3 points from all the reading and management work. Slow progress, but visible. Shelved the replication project, again, but kept the notes for future revisions. Someday. Instead, I pivoted to something I can do, expanding my Demon Lord armament collection. The Magic Sheep set proved the concept works, so now I'm building a Snake series. Snake armor, fused Viper with hero armor. Result? Ultralight scale mail that fits like a second skin, basically painted on snake leather. Puts your entire body on display. I looked down at myself wearing it and immediately felt insufficient. Ripped it off. This armor is designed for women with the confidence of supermodels, not men with the measurements of average humans. But the benefits are real. Insane flexibility, silky smooth joint movement, and explosive burst speed like a coiling viper's strike. No defense or strength bonus, pure agility. Snake sword, a flexible blade that hisses during rapid thrusts, coated in lethal venom, and can absorb poison to act as an antidote. Offense and utility. Can't ride a snake, so no mount variant. But snake plus staff and runes? Perfect combo. Got a snake staff that summons and controls serpents, plus a venom amulet that amplifies curses. Each Demon Lord armament can be upgraded 3 times through initial, intermediate, and advanced tiers. A fully upgraded advanced set would rival early Iron Man suits. The downside? Using these drains your own stamina and the equipment's magic reserves. Feed them monsters to recharge, but long-term that corrupts the user. They're called Demon Lord armaments for a reason, not exactly wholesome gear. Still, this is the foundation of my future Magic Tech Power Armor project. Baby steps. No rushing. I learned patience from failing at puppetry 17 times. Build the snake set, test it, refine it, scale it up over time. My notebook of things that need progress points is now thicker than my forearm. Welcome to Hydra territory, where the to-do list grows faster than the crops. The snake equipment set is going straight to Maya. She's already fused with a Gorgon, so the demonic corruption from Demon Lord gear is basically moisturizer to her. But thinking about future threats gave me a serious reality check. The first expedition succeeded only because Imperial border troops secretly did the heavy lifting, smashing barbarian armies while using the expedition members as bait. Without that, the barbarian tribes would have eaten those walking disasters for breakfast. The second expedition brings worse problems. Not just armed nobles. We're talking adventurers and dark forces. Adventurers are those restless weirdos who wander around seeking glory. They'll help kill your local monster problem, then dig up your backyard looking for ancient ruins, interrogate your baker, suspecting he's a secret demon commander, and generally cause chaos everywhere. Useful in emergencies. Insufferable otherwise. Dark forces, though? Evil god cultists wanted criminals, assassins, black wizards, demon summoners, the real dangerous crowd. Armies can threaten them, but never actually catch them. They're slippery, powerful, ruthless, and they specifically don't respect nobility. That's usually why they're wanted in the first place. My solution? Fight darkness with darkness. Who am I? I'm Hydra III, future Demon Lord, owner of an underground dungeon, under construction, commander of a monster army. My troops eat people without seasoning. Nobody outdarks me. Hail Hydra! Let the name of the 9-headed serpent echo through the shadows. Okay. Cringe moment over. Back to work. Tried making a slime equipment series. Slime plus anything metal equals garbage. Jelly body is incompatible with weapons and armor. Got a mediocre acid staff and acid amulet. Slime stay as maids. Goblin equipment? Green-colored armor and goblin maids? I physically cannot accept this. Even if a goblin maid somehow looked decent, remembering the hook nose and fangs kills all motivation. Goblins stay in the forest as cannon fodder. Forever. Proof that looks determine your destiny in any world. Started working on intermediate Demon Lord armaments. 2 fused hero items plus an evolved monster. Double the cost. Chose enhanced hero armor plus a fawn. Evolved magic sheep. Walks upright. Goat head. Human torso. Reverse joint goat legs. Fights like a boxer on steroids. Only worth 3 progress points as a fighter, but it's just the fusion ingredient, not the final product. Baby steps toward my ultimate goal, a magical Iron Man suit. No rushing. I learned patience the hard way. through 17 failed puppet projects and countless destroyed prototypes. One tier at a time, the fawn armor turned out to be alive. Green veins, red muscle fibers, pulsating organs, secreting clear slime, helmet eyes glowing with evil intent. Wearing it would be like crawling inside a creature's stomach. Hard pass. It looked demonic too. Pure villain aesthetic. If I showed up wearing this leading my monster army, nobody would believe I'm not the final boss. Which actually gives me an idea. Noble lord by day, demon lord by night. Best of both worlds. But the evil vibes are too strong for daily use, and the inside is too gross. Named the upgraded series, Demon, line, built a matching demon sword, sealed the whole set in the dungeon's 3rd floor, and went back to upgrading my original sheep armor instead. Here's how upgrades work. Fuse 3 hero armors together for maximum material strength. Then add a hero's heart gemstone. 20 progress points, not cheap. The heart is basically a discount philosopher's stone, merges everything into one unified piece, and protects the wearer's mind from the armor's dark influence. That's why the demon armor felt so evil, no heart to filter the negativity. During countless fusion experiments, I accidentally discovered my spiritual power can guide the synthesis furnace's internal processes. Exhausting, costs me days of recovery, but the spiritual energy embeds into the product, giving me perfect compatibility with whatever I create. Combine this with puppeteer knowledge to install mechanical components inside the armor, an exoskeleton frame, mechanical spine, intelligence core, energy core, and a magnetic mushroom power source. Then sealed it all with the Crimson Hero's Heart Gemstone. Final product, a 2-meter-tall, half-ton suit of understated metallic gray power armor. Without the exoskeleton framework, wearing this would snap your neck if the helmet shifted. With it, the armor moves on its own, full autonomous capability even without a pilot. The interior is the real marvel. Instead of the demon armor's disgusting living tissue, this is layers of synthetic biofiber muscle bundles, like rubber-coated shock absorbers. Not slimy, not gross, more like advanced composite materials. Comfortable, protective, and when I actually put it on. I haven't even described what it does yet, and I'm already impressed with myself. This is no longer medieval armor. This is my first functioning mech suit. A magical Iron Man prototype built from monster parts, puppet technology, game items, and sheer stubborn refusal to accept my own limitations. Eat your heart out, Tony Stark. Mine runs on sheep magic. Wearing the armor feels like 100 slippery little hands massaging your entire body while a warm, skinless python wraps around you. Disgusting at first, but once you accept it, it's weirdly pleasant. Like being entangled with Maya during one of her demanding sessions. Once my mind clicked into sync, the biofiber muscle layer kicked in hard. Suddenly, I felt like a scrawny teenager who woke up as a bodybuilder. I could lift 122 tons casually, and that's not even the armor's limit. The puppet exoskeleton and energy core add their own power on top. There are hidden features too, like the magnetic mushroom I embedded, but those need development. Only downside, half a ton of metal. No horse alive can carry this. Even the armored war sheep would collapse. Maybe I need a tank. Or a chariot. Named it the Dominator Sheep Armor, and it transforms into a necklace via the Hero's Heart Gem. Half-ton mech suit becomes a pendant. I immediately tried the transformation sequence. Armor pieces flying outward from the gem, clicking into place around my body with that satisfying industrial snap 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 sound. Every man's childhood dream. I did it 15 times before I stopped. Approximately. Then I realized something horrifying. Wait, what season is it? I'd been underground for 6 months. Half a year. Lost in crafting, testing, tweaking, having breakthrough after breakthrough in puppeteer science. My intelligence stat jumped noticeably. Turns out the secret to academic progress is removing all women from the equation. 0 distractions equals maximum brain power. Who knew? Burst outside in my thin clothes, ran around in the snow like a released prisoner, stomped everywhere, worked up a sweat, and immediately caught a cold. This pathetic body can't even handle 10 minutes in winter. Dreams of becoming immune to weather? Laughable. Went to Dale's greenhouse sniffling, partly for medicine, partly because I needed an excuse to visit. The greenhouse was thriving. Magical herbs everywhere. though venomous snakes were now patrolling because a rat invasion attacked the plant guards. Maya's solution: relocate the castle's snake population. Warm environment, unlimited rat buffet. Efficient as always. Dale brewed me a pepper-up potion while chatting about greenhouse updates. She's progressed to fourth-year Hogwarts curriculum through self-study and can brew most common-use potions. Meanwhile, I'm stuck at second year. She's lapping me academically, and I have nobody to blame but my scattered focus. Drank the potion. Instantly felt better. But my ears started smoking. That's the potion's side effect. Steam pouring from both ears. Lost all desire to pursue any romantic activities because I'd look like a struggling toy train that can't climb a hill. CHO indeed. Was debating whether to drive. Anyway, when Maya appeared with 6 months of accumulated paperwork. Decision made for me. Spent the following days converting deserving serfs to farmers, restocking territory supplies through the internal warehouse, cover story, and reviewing intelligence reports. Corrins had been busy during my absence. Multiple trade runs, buying serfs, and most importantly, gathering intel on the second northern expedition. 6 months underground building power armor while my territory ran itself. I'm either a genius delegator or a terrible lord. Probably both. Next spring the expedition heads north. Someone's getting screwed first, just hopefully not me. I tossed the intelligence report down and rubbed my temples. My territory's far enough from the border that the armed nobles will eat closer targets first. That buys me a year or two. Maybe. Then I remembered. Adventurers. Those lunatics don't follow logic. They'll wander deep north just because it's there. My timeline just shrank. Damn adventurers. I growled like every villain who's ever had their secret lair discovered by some nosy hero with a sword and zero survival instinct. No more wasting progress points on toys. Budget mode. Activated. Upgrade existing troops instead of buying new ones. More cavalry. The flat northern plains are made for mounted combat. Corrins has been buying horses from Mala Town that the stables can convert into proper war horses at discount progress rates. Smart. More ninjas too. Expensive because of the cultural mismatch with this world, but essential. Need someone to handle adventurers who get too curious and dark agents who get too bold. These guys will climb through a toilet pipe and assassinate you without hesitation. Now with Dale's magical potions added to their toolkit, terrifying. I'd already given the ninjas breathing techniques from a demon-slaying game. Burns your life force, but the burst power is insane. Normal humans cutting down supernatural monsters with pure technique and willpower. Only the ninjas have enough mental discipline to learn it though. Iron Shirt training is spreading to all soldiers. It's just body tempering. No magic, no special energy, works for everyone. Early stages won't make you bulletproof, but significantly boosted constitution means heavier armor, bigger weapons, stronger charges, better endurance. The catch? Enormous food requirements. High-quality protein daily. My livestock and fishing operations are barely starting. Won't meet demand for months. Thank God for the goblin farms pumping out surplus grain, or I couldn't afford to feed soldiers in training mode. The beautiful efficiency loop. Iron Shirt training strengthens bodies. Stronger bodies need less progress points to upgrade because the system only needs to add combat skills to an already qualified body. Equipment can come from local production instead of system purchases. Progress point savings, massive. Battle aura is still impossible for most troops. Need 10-point tier bodies to self-awaken, 5-point tier minimum for seated activation. My guys are mostly one-pointers. Miles away from that threshold. Best surprise? While I was underground playing mad scientist for 6 months, Maya sent Shar to mine Wild Bull's iron deposit. They brought back high-quality ore, smelted it with magic horn tree charcoal into refined iron, and produced a stockpile of weapons. My territory is now self-sufficient in basic metalworking. 6 months of absence, and my team accomplished more than I did in my first year. I'm either the best delegator alive or completely unnecessary. Probably both. Time to relax. Not laziness, strategic mental health management. I'm my own boss. I don't work when I don't want to. In my past life, relaxation meant scrolling videos and judging celebrities for their love lives while secretly being jealous. Couldn't afford anything fun. This life? I've got options. And the internal smugness about it could get me punched if I ever said it out loud. Chose Dale for winter companionship. No flowers, no candles, No romance. I don't care about that stuff, and she doesn't have the status to demand it. She's genuinely happy, though. Young master, not ugly, funny, considerate with clothing removal. Her mother had it worse. As for my performance concerns, Dale casually mentioned that both potions and magic can fix that, including an engorgement charm. This woman is a keeper. Next morning, I gave her a present, a Kneasel from the Hogwarts universe. Cat-like creature with oversized ears, spots, lion tail, slightly ugly, but magically can detect untrustworthy people. Perfect pet and security system. I got one for myself too. Dale saw the fuzzy baby in the basket, and her eyes literally emitted pink sparkles. She forgot I existed for 10 minutes. No offense taken, I'll collect payment later. She handed me a shopping list for potion ingredients. Hogwarts potions require the grossest components imaginable: bat livers, lizard tails, rat whiskers. Classic witch stirring a cauldron vibes. Disgusting, but the results are too good to abandon. So I started a magical creature farm in the greenhouse. Bowtruckles, twig people that eat bugs and protect plants. Cheap, useful, bought a bunch. Puffskeins, fuzzy round balls that look like living buns. Pure cuteness. Also eat garbage. Decorative and sanitary. Flipper, gorgeous bird with stunning plumage. Perfect feathers for magical quills. One tiny problem: its song drives people insane. Literally. Need permanent silencing charms. Only bought one. Even system-loyal creatures that can make you lose your mind deserve respect. Mooncalves. Imagine an alpaca crossed with an alien. Absurdly long, thick neck. Eyes the size of crystal balls taking up 90% of its head. Looks like evolution gave up halfway. But their droppings are premium magical fertilizer. Got two, hoping they'll breed. Speaking of droppings, I realized I completely forgot about the fertilizer problem for the greenhouse. Making Dale handle compost? A woman I sleep with? Absolutely not. The goblin fertilizer training already traumatized me. So despite just promising myself to stop wasting progress points, I built a brand new mechanical made specifically for poop duty. My willpower versus my squeamishness. Squeamishness wins every time. New made, green Lola. Plant-based construction instead of metal. Pale green skin, green wavy hair, emerald eyes, petal pink lips. Looks like a forest elf who wandered into domestic service. Where Ram is cyberpunk robot girl, green Lola is fantasy nature spirit. Her cores are organic magic-based instead of mechanical, so she's better at sensing and detail work, can actually use magic, but can't calculate like Ram or fight worth a damn. Perfect for greenhouse duty and handling. Fertilizer situations. Dale was thrilled with the new helper, not because she needed one, but because getting assigned a personal maid means her rank in my heart went up. Golden Canary logic. A pampered bird that gets gifts is a bird that won't be thrown away. She immediately started brewing a potion that's basically a targeted enlargement solution to help with my confidence deficit in certain areas. This woman is solving problems I didn't even ask her to solve. Wife material. Visited the goblin settlement and was genuinely impressed. The converted goblins are building homes, maintaining cleanliness, and farming in organized rows. In winter, pushing little handmade wheelbarrows of grain with actual smiles. These were feral cannibals 6 months ago. The goblin general collected 200 to 300 more wild magic horn goblins, but keeps them outside the settlement in garbage tents, barely feeding them. They haven't earned the conversion ritual yet, he sneered. The converted goblins now look down on their wild cousins as smelly fertilizer. Civilization creates snobs, even among goblins. I gave them a fountain as a reward. The general immediately assigned a guard to prevent baby goblins from peeing in it. Priorities. But watching the transformed goblins, once savage, now orderly, gave me a genuine chill. The system doesn't just change behavior. It rewrites their fundamental nature. That's not brainwashing. That's soul-level modification. Then I shrugged it off. Because what am I going to do? Distrust the system. Everything I have comes from it. My territory, my army, my armor, my maids, my survival. Without the system, I'm still crying in a broken castle eating mystery bread. I contribute maybe 1% of my own success, and even that percentage is generous. Give this system to anyone competent, and they'd be conquering the empire by now. I'm like a rich kid who inherited billions, opened a few shops, and made more money in a year than most people see in a lifetime. Is that my talent? Obviously not. Am I going to bite the hand that feeds me? Obviously not. The system could probably convert me as easily as it converts serfs. So worrying about it is pointless. When you're useless enough, nobody bothers manipulating you because you'd screw up the manipulation worse than doing nothing. Self-awareness, my greatest and most depressing superpower. Check the soil at the Magic Horn Forest farm entrance. It's degrading from rich black earth to crumbly yellow dirt. Ordered immediate shutdown of that section. Told the goblins to haul in fresh topsoil and plant soybeans to restore fertility come spring. Also ordered wooden walls built around the whole operation. If adventurers show up and find the underground ruins, they'll poke it, break something, release whatever's inside, then leave. And I'm the one living next door. Absolutely not. Rewarded the Goblin General with a promotion promise. Behave and you'll become Goblin Chief. He dropped to his knees so fast he probably cracked a kneecap. Now, iron. The moment snow melted, I rode out to Wild Bull's old territory following the northern border river. This river cuts across the entire north. Originally, the barbarians lived south of it until Imperial troops ambushed them repeatedly, forcing them across. 5 lords originally settled here. Now just me and Corns's absorbed territory. Attrition rate, brutal. Wild Bull's territory has this weird bullhorn-shaped hill with the iron mine in the middle dip. I checked the deposit and nearly drooled. Scratch away a thin layer of dirt, and it's solid black iron, or tap it, and it rings like metal. Purity so high it barely needs refining. Wild Bull barely mined it because his garbage tools couldn't handle the hardness, and shipping raw or to the Empire by cart would bankrupt you faster than a gambling addiction. But I have blacksmiths, magic horn tree charcoal that melts steel, and now this mine. The holy trinity of medieval industry. Problem: no good spot for a surface fortress. The hilltop is too narrow and rocky for proper construction. So I went underground again, because of course I did. Found a hidden spot behind the hill, built a dungeon tunnel down to the Urvain, carved out living quarters, set up a subterranean mining operation. Invisible from the surface. I'm not a monster though. Installed an underground garden with fruit trees and sunflowers so the miners don't go insane in the dark. Monthly rotation to prevent depression. Surface teams fake mine the original pit whenever the wagon comes through, creating the illusion we only visit occasionally. Is this ridiculously overcomplicated? Yes. Does it eat into my already tight progress point budget? Yes. Am I stressed enough to break out in ACNE? Actually, yes. My face is breaking out and my hair is greasy. At my age, this should be normal teenage stuff. But I have women burning through my hormones nightly. There shouldn't be anything left to cause breakouts. Yet here I am, looking like a stressed college student during finals week, running a secret underground mining empire while juggling a monster army, a magical greenhouse, 2 demanding women, and an approaching military invasion. Peak transmigrator lifestyle. 0% glamorous. My grand plan. Connect the castle dungeon, Magic Horn Forest, and Wild Bull's iron mine with underground tunnels. A secret subway system linking all my critical resources, grain, fuel, and iron, invisible from the surface. Concentrate forces secretly, multiple escape routes, hidden supply lines. Genius. Is it overkill? Absolutely. Is it the project of a man who still doesn't feel safe despite being the strongest lord in the region? Also absolutely. I just feel better underground. The earth above me is like a blanket. Might not stop anything, but it feels protective. Building a surface city would be faster, but that's basically projecting. Hey everyone, come look at my suspicious rapid development. Into the sky with a spotlight. Hard pass. Now, about Wild Bull's daughter running to the barbarians for revenge, I'm honestly not worried. Here's why. Northern barbarians used to be terrifying. Then the empire developed, barbarians didn't, and existential threat downgraded to border nuisance. The first expedition baited them into ambushes, slaughtered thousands, and forced them across the northern border river into the frozen wasteland. They went because they had no choice. The Empire has infinite expendable people. Kill one expedition, here come 10 more. Up north, everything got worse. Old territorial agreements collapsed. Tribes started fighting each other over scraps. Grudges deepened, and cooperation became nearly impossible. They survive on hunting and herding. No farming, so each tribe stays small. 3 to 500 people max, sometimes just 100. Barbarians eat like trucks, and you can't feed trucks with just milk products and whatever deer wanders by. Wild Bull's kid only has 1/4 barbarian blood. Even if she trades iron tools for a tribal alliance, no chief is going to risk his entire tribe's survival for some half-breed's revenge fantasy. Tribes exist to survive, not to play action hero. Single tribe versus my territory? I like those odds. Might even trigger another progress cap breakthrough. As for building a real city on the river, the barbarians would view that as a death sentence. A permanent fortress here becomes an imperial staging ground for future northern campaigns. They'll tolerate a town. A city? They'd unite just to burn it down. So town it stays. Iron mining is running smoothly now. 10 cartloads of premium ore per month, smelted with magic horn charcoal into refined iron, hammered into tools and weapons. Had to build more blacksmith shops to keep up. Between managing territory development, processing Maya's reports, and making strategic decisions she can't make for me, I'm actually busy. Like a real lord. Who would have thought? Only Dale keeps me sane. And the enlargement potion. Especially after she learned transfiguration magic. Animal ears. Tail. Furry accessories. A creative application of the boneless charm? This woman is producing content that would make her the founding ancestor of a certain genre back on Earth. I am simultaneously horrified and deeply grateful. Spring hit, and so did an avalanche of bad news. Corns rushed back from Mala Town with horses and livestock, but zero serfs. The second expedition is vacuuming up every available slave before they even cross the imperial border. Whatever trickles through gets snatched by northern lords along the route. They're hoarding labor to outcompete the newcomers. Livestock? Same story. Everything's pre-ordered for 3 years. Mala Viscount gave us our badge only because we paid last year and because Corin showed up with enough soldiers to make, sorry, sold out, a life-threatening sentence. Corin's played it cool though. Acted like he didn't care, chatted casually, got the real story. Smart man. Confirmed it with traveling merchants too. Nobody was lying. The cheap surf pipeline is just gone. I slapped my forehead. Of course the expedition needs farmhands too. I should have seen this coming. And bandits have multiplied. Some real, some just desperate newcomers playing bandit. Merchants are hiring more guards, raising all prices. Everything got more expensive overnight. Get gold from Maya. Go to the imperial border. Get me real intelligence. I told Corns before he even unpacked. He didn't blink, grabbed fresh supplies and rode out the next day with cavalry escort and 3 supply wagons. Also 4 mysterious short passengers wrapped in cloaks who never speak, never eat with anyone, and move like shadows. Corns spotted them and went pale. He recognized assassins when he saw them. My ninjas, disguised for the road. Let him think the Hydra family has centuries of hidden depth. Good for morale. Maya and I analyzed the situation. Her conclusion matched mine. The border region is where the real fighting will happen. Only losers who can't compete there will drift deeper north toward us. Annoying, but not existential. We've got 1 to 2 years. Your earlier concerns about adventurers and dark forces were well-founded, she added. First time Maya's validated my paranoia this directly. Felt good. Years of worrying finally paying intellectual dividends. But neither of us has a great solution beyond develop faster. Without my system, Maya said she'd recommend picking a side and serving a bigger lord for generational survival. Standard small noble playbook. She doesn't know I'm the secret weapon. Or maybe she does. Hard to tell with that woman. Meat shortage is the new crisis. Cattle become oxen, horses become war horses, sheep are breeding stock. Can't slaughter enough for the troops. Poultry is multiplying, but needs months to scale. Only reliable protein source? Fish. I realized I've visited my own dock maybe twice since building it. No idea how fishing operations are going. Rode down to the river with Shar and saw the territory's irrigation network in full swing. Water wheels everywhere, fields expanding, another bumper harvest incoming. But without cheap serfs, I can't expand production anymore. Progress point conversion is too expensive for mass population growth. The second expedition hasn't even reached me yet, and it's already strangling my development from 1,000 miles away. Thanks, Imperial Politics. Really appreciate it. Checked out the dock, 7 or 8 flat-bottom fishing boats, fishermen sorting their catch. Found two amazing species, a plump white fish with fine scales that screams, "Eat me," and a snow crab that looks like a fancy imperial crab. The rest were ugly mystery fish. I literally drooled. Haven't eaten local food in ages because black bread traumatized me, but these look too good to pass up. Not worried about poison. My system soldiers eat the same river food and they're not immune to anything. If it doesn't kill them, it won't kill me. And worst case, Dale's potions or system medicine. Safety net, active. The white fish grilled or in soup. Incredible. Snow crab? Sweet, delicate, divine. Cold river means slow-growing seafood, which means maximum flavor. Technically, they'd be even better raw. Glacier-fed rivers barely have parasites, but I can't do sashimi. My stomach says no. Decision, massively scale up fishing. The river is full of protein just swimming around waiting to be caught. Also need to build at least 2 arrow ships for river patrol. During dry season, the water gets chest deep in calm spots, and barbarians could wade across. Can't have that. Meanwhile, Corins was having a rough road trip. Bandits and beasts everywhere like weeds sprouting from the ground. Then he ran into real trouble. A mounted bandit group with 3 battle aura users. That's enough combat power to claim a viscountcy. These aren't starving refugees playing bandit. They're professionals from the second expedition doing primitive accumulation. Translation, robbing their way to a lordship. Their leader spotted our Hydra 9-headed serpent banner and asked about it. Isekai'd explained, "That's the Hydra family, famous from the first expedition." The leader sneered, 20 years of history. And they call themselves a family. Then he looked at our 20 elite cavalry, 10 cuirassiers, 10 horse archers, plus 2 actual knights, did the math, and withdrew. Smart enough to know this fight wasn't worth it. Corins was drenched in sweat. He'd never seen bandits with that kind of power. Here's the real problem. Northern noble titles are authenticated by seals, not bloodlines. The emperor made special stamps as proof of lordship. Whoever holds the seal owns the title. Kill a lord, grab his seal. Congratulations, you're the new viscount. No paperwork required. So why would second expedition nobles bother buying land and farming when they can just murder an existing lord, steal his seal, and inherit everything? It's faster, cheaper, and the emperor designed it this way. That man never had good intentions for the north. Every single member of every northern expedition, first and second, is essentially a bandit. Some just have better table manners than others. The second expedition turned northern bandits into professionals. Random thugs got recruited, armed, trained, and organized into proper raiding companies. Why? Because seizing a lord's territory and seal is faster than farming. Kill one guy, grab his stamp, become instant nobility. Venture capital with swords. Imperial border troops keep things civilized near the border, though. So Corins made it to Falurl Town without more trouble. Falurl Town is the so-called Pearl of the North, run by a famously beautiful Countess Falurl, one of only 2 counts in the entire north. The town practically bleeds gold because it monopolizes the luxury fur market. Every year, a few elite pelts go to imperial auctions and sell for jaw-dropping prices. Is the gorgeous countess really in charge? Everyone whispers that some imperial border army general is the actual puppet master. Nobody's dumb enough to test this theory because anyone who tried would find extremely well-organized bandits, demolishing their home that same night. Funny how that works. The town walls are barely 2 meters, enough for bandits, useless against armies. But the energy around this place is incredible. Outside the walls, a tent city of traders stretches across the riverbank like mushrooms after rain. Upstream people wash their butts, downstream people fill cooking pots. Nobody cares. Everyone's making money. Corins arrived during peak fur trading season, set up camp, hung the Hydra banner, and immediately got spotted by someone he didn't want to see, Cord. From the Harry Trading Company. My mom's people. The ones who tried to steal my territory 2 years ago. Cord grabbed a local merchant friend to pump him for info about the Hydra banner and those suspiciously elite cavalry. The merchant wasn't cheap, demanded proper payment for intelligence. Cord slipped him a coin purse. The opening bid, not the final price. Corins saw the Harry Trading Company sign in town, but kept walking. Smart man. He knows not to stick his nose into his lord's family drama. That's the kind of thing that gets ambitious men alive. Meanwhile, my 4 ninja passengers vanished the second the caravan stopped. Corins turned around, and they were just gone. He wanted to help them blend in as servants, but they apparently don't need help with stealth. They are stealth. Somewhere in that crowded town, for invisible killers are gathering intelligence while everyone else is haggling over beaver pelts. I'm back at the castle eating snow crab and white fish, completely unaware that my mother's merchant family just reacquired interest in me. Some family reunions you'd rather skip entirely. While Corins was off gathering intel, I focused on what actually matters: raw power. Converted all remaining serfs to system farmers immediately. No more waiting for good behavior rewards. Every farmer is a multi-skilled workhorse who never slacks, and efficiency doubled overnight. Next problem: walls. I need stone walls, not wooden fences. Wood is for amateurs. But I already used most of the castle's old stone for buildings, and quarrying from Wild Bull's territory needs 3,000 workers minimum. Maya calculated 5 to 10 years to build walls around the whole town without disrupting production. 5 years. I've been spending every night in my study flipping through game files looking for a better cheat. Almost resigned to just buying walls from the system at terrible exchange rates, when, tap tap tap, a Hogwarts owl knocked on my window. Letter from the Goblin General. Ruins found. Digging for entrance. My brain exploded with the greatest idea I've ever had. Jumped on the war sheep with Shar and raced to the goblin camp. Found the general screaming at wild goblins who were supposed to be digging, but kept staring at dead bodies and drooling. Motivational management, goblin style. Execute one every hour to keep the rest focused. I climbed down into the excavation pit and saw it. Massive stone blocks, 1 meter long, perfectly cut, still intact after centuries under magic horn tree roots. Premium building material just sitting there. I pulled out a bucket of paint, grabbed a brush, and wrote a big Chinese character on the stone wall. Demolish. Drew a circle around it for dramatic effect. Forget finding the entrance. Start tearing it down from here. You thought I'd explore this dungeon? Navigate ancient traps? Fight mysterious guardians? Discover the truth of some forgotten civilization? Absolutely not. I am not an adventurer. I am not an archaeologist. I am a demolition contractor. My plan: clear the magic horn trees above the ruins, send goblin farmers to strip the soil, then dismantle the entire structure stone by stone. Every block gets carted off to build my city walls. Traps? Doesn't matter. We're removing the ceiling. Sealed doors? Irrelevant when there are no walls left. Ancient evil? Good luck being menacing when your prison is being turned into someone else's fence. Shar. Start smashing. Shar gripped her upgraded sheep hammer, goat mouth down, raised it overhead. Her back muscles inflated like airbags. Her hair blew upward from the sheer force and stayed floating. Then she brought it down on the ancient stone wall like a rocket-propelled sledgehammer. The explosion of stone fragments shot 50 feet into the air. Anyone standing nearby wouldn't need medical attention. They'd need a dustpan. Ancient, mysterious ruins. Meet the Hydra family renovation crew. We're not here to explore your secrets. We're here for your bricks. Watch stone shrapnel rain down on screaming goblins and thought. Shar needs a better template. Templar Knight loses 30% effectiveness without a horse, which is terrible for someone who fights on foot. Her martial potential is at least 60 and she's still growing. Worth investing in later. Budget's tight. Set the goblins to dismantling the ruins like a professional demolition crew. Hundreds of them swarming the broken wall, tying ropes around stone blocks, hammering wooden wedges to loosen them without breaking them. Even the elite magic sheep cavalry got reassigned as truck drivers hauling blocks up earthen ramps. Truly glorious military service. Widen the path to the lumber camp, pave it with ruined stones, get the sheep pulling carts. Ordered the goblin general to make it happen. He saluted and immediately started scheming about capturing more wild goblins as disposable labor. Dead ones become food for living ones. Circle of goblin life. Am I bothered? No. My compassion has very clear species boundaries. Then I tried to calculate the logistics, and my brain broke. Goblin labor, not enough. Lumber camp workers, already busy. Need to pull farmers from the main territory. Forest road construction requires clearing trees, removing stumps, dig, saw, horse pull, fill holes, compact soil, lay stone. One tree takes 3 to 5 farmers half a day. A forest has infinite trees, plus stone paving on top of all that. This is going to take forever. Helmet off, rubbing my temples with ice-cold iron gauntlets. Not helping. The underground tunnel connection plan? Sounds great until you calculate that the goblin camp is 20 to 30 miles from the castle. In tunnels, the number of dungeon segments I'd need to purchase made my vision blur. Then everything piled up at once. No serfs available. Livestock shortage. Bandits multiplying. Second expedition looming. Adventurers incoming. Dark forces gathering. And now I've given myself a massive construction project on top of everything else. It's like getting a nightmare assignment at 4:59 p.m. on a Friday. Impossible deadline, mandatory overtime, and nowhere to scream. Almost lost it. Almost. Instead, I dumped the whole mess on Maya's desk and fled to my underground lab like the emotionally fragile man-child I am. Maya looked at my disaster of a plan and didn't even flinch. For someone who used to manage an imperial countess's political empire, coordinating goblins and farmers is basically a vacation. She has RAM for calculations, system workers who follow orders perfectly, and zero office politics. She probably finished planning before I finished my first cup of coffee downstairs. Meanwhile, I'm sitting in my underground paradise, brewing coffee, staring at steam, and doing what I should have done months ago, admitting to myself that I'm the weakest link in my own operation. Every time things get hard, I panic and hide. Maya handles it effortlessly. The territory runs better when I'm not involved. I'm not having a breakdown. I'm having a realization. And it tastes like bitter coffee and self-awareness. Same old me, lazy, procrastinating, refusing to learn. 2 lifetimes, and I still can't change. People say, turn over a new leaf, become a better person, like it's easy. How many smokers actually quit? How many guys who drink themselves into the hospital celebrate their discharge with a toast? Expecting me to transform after some mild stress is pure fiction. But a man has his pride. I can't dump everything on Maya and come back with nothing to show. She'd never say anything, but I'd never be able to look her in the eyes again. Or keep her looking down, if you catch my meaning. So, coffee, tea, then I pulled out all my puppet blueprints. Time to build something or die trying. The 3 impossible components: spine, signal transmission, intelligence core, brain, energy core, power. I can't miniaturize any of them to proper specs. My handmade spine looks like steel ingots strung on a chain. The intelligence core went from fist-sized to exercise ball-sized before I panicked and started deleting functions until it shrank to a 2-foot iron sphere. Still enormous. The energy core? Can't shrink it at all. Needs to be even bigger to power this oversized monstrosity. At this point, I stopped pretending I was building a puppet and accepted I was building a mech. Grabbed zombie robot blueprints from Plants vs. Zombies, went full mad scientist, and created the Goblin Logging Mech. 2.5 meters tall. Thick stumpy legs for stability. Rotating waist joint. Round, squat upper body like a cast iron turret. A backpack-style engine with 4 exhaust pipes constantly venting steam. Runs on magic horn tree charcoal and water. Shove fuel in, add water, and this 2-ton beast moves. Right arm. A roaring chainsaw sword that can cut through trees 3 men couldn't wrap their arms around. Left arm. A power claw on a steel cable that rips tree stumps out of the ground like pulling weeds. Because my garbage intelligence core can't run autonomously, it needs a pilot. And the cockpit is so cramped that only goblins fit inside. So yes, I built a giant steam-powered lumberjack robot piloted by goblins. Built 2 of them and marched them upstairs to show Maya. Her eyes lit up immediately. She saw what I saw. Swap the arms and legs, and this becomes a crane, bulldozer, or excavator. Modular medieval construction equipment. My territory just entered the industrial age. I acted smug and confident. Internally, these things have had 0 testing. Runtime? Unknown. Durability? Unknown. Can they handle rough terrain? No idea. They might break down in 5 minutes. So I, generously, assigned them to forest road construction where I can secretly fix them when they inevitably explode, far from Maya's judgmental gaze. Pride, salvaged. Reputation, maintained. Actual engineering competence, still deeply questionable. The goblin logging mechs are working. Watching a goblin in a tiny tank helmet slam the control lever forward, the chainsaw roaring to life like an angry metal shark. Honestly, Most satisfying thing I've built. The saw rips through trees so fast that would chips spray 10 meters and come out hot. Had to add water spray nozzles to prevent spontaneous combustion. Design flaw number 1 of approximately 37. Every breakdown taught me something though. After constant repairs and modifications, I locked in the heavy puppet design and started mass production. Built specialized variants. Heavy fist for flattening road foundations. Big power with treaded claws for hauling cargo. And enclosed all cockpits so they're combat viable. Each mech costs barely any progress points once you subtract the irreplaceable spirit material components. I've basically founded a construction battalion. Then Corin sent a letter via owl, and my day went from productive to what the hell. My birth mother. The woman who abandoned the original me in a crumbling castle and ran off, apparently had another baby. A girl. I have a sister. The question that immediately consumed my brain. Same father or different father? Because dad was already dead when mom left, which makes the timeline suspicious. Do I care? Honestly, no. The original Owen's soul left cleanly. No lingering emotions, no unfinished attachment. This woman is a stranger to me. She took everything, the battle aura manuals, the dragon egg, the butler, the maids, and left a teenager alone in wolf territory. Whatever reasons, she don't change the facts. But something is weird. If the Harry Trading Company wanted my territory, why did she leave? Staying would have made the takeover trivially easy. She could have controlled everything from inside. Instead, she bolted, and now she's hiding a mystery baby? My best theory. She had a man on the side and got pregnant. In the middle of nowhere. The only male visitor was Cord, that handsome middle-aged gentleman escort who came every year. It was Cord, wasn't it? I muttered, feeling like a detective solving a soap opera cold case. The loyal merchant representative, with his perfect grooming and charming smile, knocking up the Lord's wife right under everyone's nose. Classic. But I dropped it. Doesn't matter. Told the ninjas to keep watching, filed the info away, and moved on to the actually important intelligence Corin sent. I've got mechs to build, walls to plan, and an invasion to prepare for. Family drama can wait until I'm powerful enough to not care, which, honestly, is right now. While I was playing with mechs in the forest, dozens of northern lords got replaced. Murdered, families wiped out, seals stolen. All because the emperor designed northern noble titles to be transferable. Kill the bloodline or force a handover, and the title is yours. It's basically a murder invitation stamped with imperial approval. The whole system was designed for this chaos, and everyone knows it. Finalized my construction battalion, for logging mechs, for road pounders, for cargo haulers, plus hundreds of goblin laborers. Roads are getting built at real speed now. Came back to the territory sunburned, stiff-backed, and looking like I'd actually worked for once. Went straight to my office at the town center. Ivory bathtub with gold trim, golden showerhead. Washed off the construction site grime, changed clothes, sat down. Maya appeared within seconds carrying coffee and tea because she's memorized my routines better than I have. Started massaging my shoulders while praising my genius inventions. Physical and emotional comfort simultaneously. This woman is a 5-star service. She'd already calculated how the heavy puppets would accelerate everything. All her construction timelines just got cut dramatically. Without the mechs, 10 years to build proper walls. With them, whatever I can manufacture. She's confident we can match Falurl Town in 3 years, become a real city in 10, and eventually build a nation. I didn't know about her secret ambitions. I was just sitting there trying to look dignified while internally doing a victory dance. Then she dropped a mountain of paperwork on my desk. Territory stats, resource consumption, development milestones, next phase plans. All in neat tables because she knows I can't process anything else. Reading reports isn't like reading novels. Every number needs to stick in my brain. I want to be a lazy fish. I want to lie down, eat snacks, and let Maya handle everything. But if my territory falls and someone chops my head off, my system won't save me from being dead. Good news in the reports. 800 system farmers now, more than the remaining serfs. 800 multi-skilled workers who never slack and cooperate perfectly. That's more manpower than most construction sites back on Earth. I've been saving progress points while building mechs. Haven't spent above 10 in a while, so they're accumulating. Points recover faster at low amounts, slower at high. I usually spend them quickly, but this time I'm going to be patient. Save all the way to 30. Buy something big. What exactly? No clue yet. But it better be worth the wait, because my patience has an expiration date, and it's coming up fast. Peaceful days. Sleeping in, reading books, afternoon picnics with Dale, practicing the engorgement charm on. Picnic sausages. They were too small. Occasionally visiting Maya to keep things fair between the ladies. I'm an equal opportunity man. Then a bizarre magical shockwave blasted out from Magicorn Forest, and everything went sideways. Maya was at her desk when it hit. She grabbed her face, shaking violently, her wine-red hair coming alive like actual snakes writhing around her body. When she finally gasped free, she accidentally looked at the paper on her desk, and it turned to stone. Petrification eyes, a natural evolution of her Gorgon bloodline, way stronger than the magical version. She had to squeeze her eyes shut to stop accidentally fossilizing everything in the room. My situation? Worse. Because of the engorgement charm, I was physically trapped when the shockwave hit. Panicking, sweating, desperately fumbling until I grabbed something long and thin, my wand. Cast emergency spells in rapid succession to extract myself. The most stressful magical combat of my life, and the enemy was my own anatomy. Then Dale started transforming. Her white skin flushed crimson, muscles twitching, body temperature skyrocketing. I could hear water boiling inside her. Touched her arm and nearly got blisters. Her dormant witch bloodline was activating all at once. Then came the horns, the bat wings, the heart-shaped tail. Her blood comes from a succubus. Of course it does. Of course the woman with the physics-defying body has literal demon heritage. The universe has a sense of humor, and it's filthy. Succubi are the friendliest demons. They don't use force, they use enthusiasm. Countless powerful mages summoned one, thought they could handle it, and got drained to death under those reverse joint hooves. The case files read like adult manga. And now M.Y. Dale, who I already can't keep up with as a normal human, is evolving into the enhanced edition? If I couldn't handle Vanilla Dale, Succubus Dale would literally kill me through affection. Levitated her with a spell, sprinted to the underground lab, shoved her in the synthesis furnace with the demon armor set. The plan: bind the system-powered equipment to her. Let system energy overpower the succubus awakening and suppress the demonic consciousness trying to take over. Will it work? Zero idea. But if I do nothing, she becomes an insatiable demon queen, and the first person she'll drain is the idiot standing closest, which is me. The irony of fighting a succubus possession using equipment I named the Demon series is not lost on me. Fighting demons with demons. The Hydra way. Why did it shrink? The synthesis furnace opened, and Dale walked out wearing the demon armor, except it had transformed from full-body evil overlord plate male into a bikini armor straight out of a cheap MMO. Maximum skin exposure, minimum coverage, 2 strips of metal and a prayer. For limbs fully armored, torso covered by approximately nothing. I couldn't decide whether to ask if she was okay or just keep looking, but it worked. She kept her mind. Yellow eyes now, 2 cute sheep horns, tiny bat wings no bigger than chicken wings, heart-tipped tail, but still her inside. Just hungrier. For me specifically, the succubus blood wasn't destroyed, just suppressed by the system-powered armor, forced into submission. Classic demon loophole though. Can't attack directly, but passive seduction? That's their specialty. Can you change back? I asked nervously, eyeing my own skinny frame and doing survival calculations. Master can, she cooed, grabbing her squirming tail, wrapping it around her finger, squeezing the heart tip with a little moan. My heart rate went critical. She reverted to normal. Armor vanished too, absorbed into her somehow. No more searching for lost equipment pieces in deep valleys. Did I try the enhanced version? Yes. Did I survive? Barely. Demons are demons, even diluted. I practically crawled out of that room. While I sat in the hall waiting for restorative soup like a war veteran, Maya arrived. Hair floating with anti-gravity snake energy, eyes glowing with magical power. She got stronger too. Awakened petrification eyes, accidentally turned her paperwork to stone. Way more powerful than the spell version. Both women got power UPS. I got drained. How is this fair? But the real problem, the ruins caused all this. The goblins dug too deep, triggered something, and a magical shockwave blasted across the entire forest. Animals mutated, some bigger and stronger, good for breeding stock. Some went violently insane, bad for everyone near them. Magic horn trees started moving. The goblin settlement was under siege from mutated wildlife and activated plants. Super farm fields held the line against the trees. Can't escape having your life force drained no matter how mutated you are, but the situation was deteriorating fast. Worse, I didn't realize the shockwave traveled far. Across the entire flat, empty north, all the way to the Imperial border. People with magical senses felt it. Eyes were turning toward MY territory. Ignorant of incoming attention, I mobilized 50 long swordsmen, 50 crossbowmen, 200 farmers converted to emergency militia. Half my army plus emergency reserves. Production would tank, but losing Magic Horn Forest, my grain, fuel, and lumber lifeline, would be worse. Progress points hit 30. Haven't decided what to buy yet, but having a full tank of emergency fuel feels very necessary right now. Between a succubus girlfriend, a Gorgon secretary, mutating forests, ancient ruins going haywire, and unknown parties heading my way. This is officially the most stressful week since I arrived in this world. And it started with practicing the engorgement charm on picnic sausages. Life comes at you fast. Rushed out with Shar, 10 Teutonic knights, some ninjas, the medic, and 100 soldiers. Headed for the lumber camp first instead of charging straight into goblin territory, because I'm not an idiot protagonist who runs toward explosions. The lumber camp held up fine. 2 years of tree clearing created open ground around it, so mutated beasts couldn't sneak up. The crossbowmen on the walls picked off attackers easily. Surviving monsters learned quickly, this place bites back. My real frustration? The camp soldiers had zero useful intelligence. System troops follow orders perfectly, but have the initiative of furniture. What's happening in the forest? Don't know, sir. What about the goblin settlement? Don't know, sir. What do you know? We defended the walls, sir. They literally watch the world end and just guard their post until told otherwise. Sent scouts ahead. Report came back. Forest is calming down. Most mutated animals regained sanity and went back to normal life. Eating grass, hunting prey, whatever. Minor mutations, bigger bodies, sharper claws, more speed, but nothing my soldiers couldn't handle. So far so manageable. March toward the goblin settlement through half-finished roads. Light packs, 2 days of food, no baggage. If we get in, the settlement has supplies. If we don't get in, I want to run fast. Then we reached goblin territory, and things got ugly. The wild magic horn goblins that weren't converted? They mutated hard. Bigger, truly black-skinned now, not just painted. Real horns growing from their skulls, muscles visible through their skin, looking like actual demons. And they could fight my long swordsman blow for blow. Before mutation, they were pushovers. Now they're legitimate threats. Fun fact I learned. Magic horn goblins were never actually different from regular goblins. They just smeared toxic tree root paste on themselves for camouflage and glued thorns to their heads as a coming-of-age ceremony. The horn was literally a sticker. Now, the horns are real. The black skin is real. Evolution said, you've been cosplaying as demons for generations. Here, have it for real. The goblin settlement was under siege. Hundreds of mutated goblins throwing themselves at the wooden walls, trying to get the weapons and food inside. The goblin general used all that road-building lumber to construct proper fortifications, tall log walls, archer towers, killing zones. Smart use of available resources. The battle was a stalemate. Mutated goblins were stronger individually, but had no coordination. No leader had emerged. My general's troops held the walls while his magic sheep cavalry would charge out to break any concentration of attackers, then retreat behind the walls. Sustainable defense, but for how long? My soldiers hit the besiegers from behind. Ninjas were devastating. Breathing techniques plus stealth training meant most mutated goblins died without seeing their killer. Long swordsmen cleaned up the rest. Crossbowmen covered our flanks. Watch the rear and sides, I ordered. Goblins are sneaky even when half-mad. Traps, ambushes, and flanking are their instincts. Underestimate them and your dinner. Literally. Made it to the settlement. The general was holding, but the situation was clear. These mutated goblins would keep coming as long as the ruins kept pulsing. I need to deal with the source. Kill them all. I waved my hand from atop my armored war sheep, and 100 elite soldiers marched forward without hesitation into a horde that outnumbered them several times over. Long swordsmen up front with shields, cutting down anything that got close. Crossbowmen behind, doing what crossbows do best, point and click at 10 paces. Basically medieval aimbot. Mutated goblins are fast, but they can't dodge bolts. One hit to the body, and a swordsman steps up to finish the job. Perfect teamwork, zero ego, no kill-stealing drama. But hundreds of screaming mutant goblins charging at once. 100 soldiers can't hold that. Enter the Teutonic Knights, walking tin cans of death. When they started swinging those building-sized swords, the battlefield became a blender. Nothing could scratch their armor, nothing could survive their attacks. The frontline goblins turned into jigsaw puzzles that would never be solved. The survivors looked at the carnage, looked at the blood-splattered iron men who hadn't even changed their rhythm, and chose life. Retreat. Teutonic Knights can't chase. Iron legs, remember? But my long swordsmen are quick. And the goblin general's magic sheep cavalry? Even quicker. Little armored goblins on rams, swinging spiked clubs, cracking skulls at full gallop. Only a few dozen mutants escaped. Disappointingly, no progress cap breakthrough. Can't win them all. Inside the settlement, I discovered something wild. My converted goblins mutated in the opposite direction from the wild ones. While wild goblins got dumber and stronger, my goblins got smarter and prettier. Softer features, bigger eyes, smaller noses, standing upright instead of hunched over. They looked like they'd fast-forwarded through thousands of years of evolution overnight. And they now qualify for civilian conversion. Jackpot. Take me to the ruins. The general practically sprinted ahead, ashamed that his master had to personally come rescue him. The super farm road was stone-paved and smooth, so we moved fast. The goblin excavation site was impressive. They'd dug a massive spiraling ramp down to the ruins, built wooden crane towers for lifting stone blocks. Genuine engineering. These little guys work hard. Too hard, apparently. They'd accidentally punched through to the ruins' second floor, triggered whatever was sealed inside, and caused this whole mess. The ruins were now occupied by mutated forest creatures, black glue beetles, toxic, flammable innards, hard-skin rats, armor-plated tunnel diggers, and thorn spiders, dinner plate-sized murder machines covered in bristles. All supersized, all angry, all camping inside my future building materials. What can you tell me about these mutants? I asked the general, mentally preparing a performance review that could end with his replacement. He gave a surprisingly detailed report. Not perfect, but decent for someone who'd been fighting for survival for days. Fine. He keeps his job. For now. I am not going inside that ruin. I'm going to stand right here and figure out how to clean it out from the outside, like a sensible person who values being alive. The Goblin General actually did a decent job, saved most of the farmers when the ruins blew up, lost only the guard squad who bought time for the evacuation. He even tried retaking the ruins twice, failed both times, and almost died. But at least he tried, which is more than I'd do. His intelligence briefing on the 3 mutant species living in my ruins. Black glue beetles. Used to be harmless thigh-length bugs. Now they inflate like puffer fish, curl into wheels, and roll at you like living bowling balls. Sounds funny until you pop one. The pressurized body fluid inside instantly vaporizes and explodes like a mini fuel air bomb. The general nearly got wallpapered onto the ceiling. These things eat magic horn tree root juice, which is basically crude oil, so their guts are concentrated napalm. 1 beetle equals 1 grenade. A room full of beetles equals goodbye everyone. Hardskin rats. Now walk upright, communicate with each other, and use tools. Basically rat people. Huge numbers. Organized. Extremely annoying. Thorn spiders. Grew to enormous size, armor-plated shells, body covered in razor spikes, charge like tanks. Need heavy mechs to stop one. Thankfully rare and solitary. Charging in with soldiers? Suicide. 1 exploding beetle in a corridor takes out an entire squad. I immediately scrapped that plan and retreated to the goblin settlement to think. The general prepared a VIP treehouse for me. Hollowed-out giant tree trunk, cleaned out, lined with furs, natural forest aesthetic. Apparently he considered decorating with skulls, iron cages of screaming prisoners, and phosphorescent death fire. but correctly guessed I prefer the Airbnb woodland cabin vibe. Smart Goblin. He's learning. Now, the 30 progress points burning a hole in my pocket. After agonizing over countless options, every shiny thing in the catalog calling my name, I chose something that sounds boring, a holy relic from Age of Empires. In-game, it's just a mystery box that buffs buildings and generates gold. Whatever. But in reality, the relic contains divine power, energy that can literally bend reality. They call the effects miracles because that's what they are. I can't even fully comprehend what it does yet. Way above my pay grade intellectually. It also generates faith as a resource. I could embed it in a building for stat boosts or create a god statue to collect worship. Instead, I fused it into my armor's hero's heart gem. Golden light sank into my necklace. Nothing happened for a moment. Then I deployed the armor, and WHOA. The whole suit got optimized. Smoother movement, stronger output, plus brand new properties, purification and divine protection. As long as I'm wearing this thing, I am the strongest person in my territory. Period. Hit anything, it dies. Get hit by anything, I don't care. And the kicker, if I solve the faith supply problem, the armor will keep getting stronger indefinitely. Growing power with no ceiling, fueled by belief. I came here to demolish ancient ruins for building materials. Now I'm wearing divinely enhanced power armor, commanding a goblin nation, and preparing to fight exploding beetles in an underground dungeon. My career trajectory makes absolutely zero sense, and I love it. First order of business. Surround the ruins with super farm fields planted with sunflowers. Not for decoration. These things pump out solar energy like power plants on steroids. With unlimited sunshine juice, I don't need to buy expensive grown plants anymore. One progress point buys a bag of seeds. Sprinkle them anywhere, water with sun-infused liquid, done. Budget gardening meets biological warfare. Built a defensive perimeter around the ruins that would make any tower defense player weep with pride. Walnut walls up front. They look ridiculous, but have built-in taunt effects and magical shells that laugh at physical attacks. Rat people gnawing on them. Good luck. Your teeth will break first. Behind the walls, pea shooters for volume, snow peas for the exploding beetles. Freeze them before they pop, and no fuel air detonation. Genius. Gatling peas for rat swarms, and frozen watermelon catchers for the tank spider things. Sent goblin bait squads to lure monsters out, and watch my plant defense line absolutely shred everything. The beetles couldn't explode because they were frozen. The rat people couldn't breach the nut walls. The spiders slowed to a crawl under ice bombardment and got smashed by frozen watermelons. Plants versus zombies in real life, and the plants are winning. But defense doesn't clear the inside. Plants can't move. So I invented something new, the spider platform. A six-legged walking mech, low profile, engine and cockpit underneath, two grabber claws up front that fold down into a shield mode. Looks like a mechanical crab had a baby with a Volkswagen Beetle. The platform itself carries no weapons. Instead, I put flower pots on top, the magic kind from Plants vs. Zombies that let plants grow without soil. Load whatever combat plants you need onto the walking platform, and you've got a mobile artillery garden. Pea shooters riding a spider tank into battle. I can't believe this is my life. Goblin civilians drive them, and they're good at it. My first batch of system-converted civilians are goblins. The mutated ones got so smart they pick up mechanical piloting like it's nothing. Then Dale dropped a bombshell. I'd casually given her Crazy Dave's incomprehensible plant modification notes. Figured nobody could read that lunatic's scribbles. She not only read them, she started breeding new plant varieties. Her masterpiece, a portable pea shooter backpack. A bucket-sized wooden barrel connected to thick plant roots, ending in a pea shooter head. Goblins strap it on like a flamethrower and spray iron-hard peas at machine gun speed. It's a biological assault rifle powered by photosynthesis. I'm arming goblins with plant-based firearms designed by a succubus, which using a madman's research notes, mounted on walking spider tanks piloted by evolved cave creatures. If someone told past me this would be my military strategy, I'd have checked them into a hospital. Pea shooter assault troops. Dale combined her transfiguration magic with Crazy Dave's plant notes and created portable plant weapons. Goblins wearing coconut shell helmets, carrying pea shooter backpacks like flamethrowers, cherry grenades on their belts, potato mines in their pockets. It looks absolutely ridiculous and is absolutely lethal. Sent 150 goblin commandos plus 10 spider platforms into the ruins. The 2 walnut shield platforms went first. Blackback ratmen immediately started throwing rocks at them. Every single rock hit the walnuts. Not the platform, not the cockpit, the walnuts. Built-in aggro magnet. The ratmen were literally incapable of targeting anything else. Then the Gatling P platforms rolled in, 24 rapid-fire pea shooters unleashing a storm of iron-hard peas. Ratmen getting shredded left and right. Their thick back fur used to protect them, but 24 streams of botanical bullets don't care about your fur coat. During a reload gap, rat cavalry charged in, mutated rats that stayed as animals carrying ratmen riders. Looked dramatic until my cactus platforms opened fire. Cactus spines rained from every direction, can aim up or down, basically organic claymore mines. Cavalry charge? More like cavalry funeral. Goblin commandos mopped up survivors with handheld pea shooters. PFF, PFF, PFF sounds cute, but each pea punches through skulls at close range. Groups of ratmen trying to counterattack? Goblin pulls 2 big cherries off its belt, bites the stem, tosses them in. Boom. Enemies scattered across the floor covered in fruit jam. The sweet smell of cherry mixed with the horror of combat is something I'll never get used to. How do cherries explode? I've given up asking. Crazy Dave created these plants. Crazy is literally in his name. Don't question genius, just use it. The infamous exploding beetles? Neutralized. 1 frozen pea slows them. 2 or 3 freezes their volatile guts solid. No vaporization, no explosion. They deflate into harmless worms. Ordered them captured alive. Flammable biofuel bugs could be very useful. Tank spiders? My spider platforms carry coconut cannons, the real tanks in this fight. And goblin commandos sneak potato mines under their bellies. Even armored arachnids can't handle a bomb going off against their soft undersides. I stood at the entrance watching my goblin mechanized plant warfare division clear a monster-infested dungeon and thought, this is the single weirdest military in the history of any world. Coconut-helmeted goblins firing vegetable bullets from living guns, riding crab robots loaded with weaponized gardens, throwing fruit grenades at rat cavalry. And it works. That's the worst part. It actually works. My goblin plant army steamrolled through the ruins' 2nd floor, and honestly, the loot was worth more than the fight. Black glue beetle fluid, premium fuel, and explosive material, 0 processing needed. Ratman backskin, decent leather armor. I won't wear it, but goblins don't have standards. Thorn spider shells, lightweight, tough, flexible, better than metal for certain applications. Decided to keep these species alive as renewable resource farms. Sustainable monster harvesting. Very eco-friendly of me. 2nd floor cleared. I suited up in my divine-powered armor. Golden glow, full helmet, wore hammer in hand, and walked in expecting danger. Found. Dust. Everything was ancient and dead. The entire level was built inside a natural cave system, 2 gymnasiums in size, originally a greenhouse or biolab. Artificial hills covered in soil, traces of long-dead plants, scattered bone fragments too deteriorated to identify. Whatever lived here died centuries ago. The culprit was embarrassingly simple to find. A person-sized green crystal jammed into the ground at the center of the cavern, flickering like a guilty night light. Originally, it was floating. You could see where it fell and cracked the soil. A stalactite broke during the goblin demolition work, smashed the crystal, cracked it, and the mutation energy leaked out. That's IT. The whole forest crisis was caused by my construction crew accidentally dropping a rock on a lamp. But this lamp turned an entire forest inside out from one crack. What else is hiding in this ruin? Found a massive crystal sphere on the ceiling, dinner table sized, designed to simulate sunlight for the underground greenhouse, complete with power supply lines. This isn't primitive magic. This is advanced civilization infrastructure. Someone built a self-sustaining underground ecosystem with artificial light, growth-enhancing radiation, and climate control. Centuries ago, my little ego boost from building steam-powered goblin mechs. Crushed. I'm playing with toys while standing inside technology that makes my best work look like kindergarten crafts. Magic and science probably look the same at high enough levels, I muttered, feeling very small in my very fancy armor. The green crystal shattered during extraction, released one more weak pulse. My armor's golden glow handled it effortlessly. Goblins got smarter again, and left only a fist-sized core. Packed everything into a lead coffin box. Every fragment, not leaving crumbs. Goblins dug up more rooms, storage spaces, strange equipment I couldn't identify, tools similar to greenhouse instruments but designed for something more specialized. Creature cultivation, maybe biological experiments. Then they found a passage going deeper into the ruins. Am I going in? Absolutely not. Same plan. Dig from above, expose everything to sunlight, dismantle layer by layer. No heroic dungeon crawling for this lord. But the real find? A massive bronze book sitting alone in a storage room. Everything else had rotted to nothing over the centuries, but this book survived. Whatever's written in there. I have a feeling it's going to change everything. Or give me a headache. Probably both. So I found this massive book in the ruins. And when I say massive, I mean this thing was bigger than a door and thick as a brick. At first I thought it was some kind of serious magical research tome. Then I read the title. Magical Creature and Human Bloodline Fusion Notes. Yeah, that's just a fancy way of saying Monster Girl Breeding Manual. Some absolute legend of a predecessor. Probably another person who got Isekai'd into this world. Actually sat down and wrote an entire encyclopedia on how to make monster girls. Complete with illustrations. Very detailed illustrations. The research covered stuff like body modification, making creatures smarter, and, I kid you not, breaking reproductive barriers between species. It sounds like cutting-edge biotech when you say it like that, but let's be real. Whoever wrote this was just down astronomically bad. I packed the book away for further study. Purely academic, of course. I'm a man of culture with rock-solid principles. Both my women happen to have non-human blood, sure, but that's a coincidence. I don't care how cute a cat ear girl is. I don't care if a centaur girl has 4 gorgeous long legs. My moral bottom line is firm. Absolutely unbreakable. I'm built different. Anyway, moving on to actual work. After that whole disaster in the ruins where we accidentally woke up something nasty, I decided I can't just leave this place unsupervised. Time to go all in on my goblin investment portfolio. First order of business, rebranding. Goblin Tribe sounds like a health code violation, so I renamed it Greenwood Town. Much classier. The goblins are getting buildings, infrastructure, the whole package. With their construction mechs, they can multitask, keep digging through ruins, and build a proper town at the same time. Now let me break down my goblin census. I've got about 800 goblins total. 300 of those are babies born in the last 2 years, useless for now. That leaves 500 adults. 150 are my elite goblin assault troopers in mech armor. The rest are designated as mech pilots and construction workers. I can't afford to treat any of them as expendable cannon fodder anymore. So I ordered my goblin general to go out and capture wild mutant goblins from the Demon Horn Forest and convert them into soldiers. These mutant goblins aren't exactly bright after conversion. They're more smash first, think never types. So I gave up trying to train them with fancy plant weapons and just made them into swordsmen. Budget melee infantry. Every army needs meat shields, and now I've got mine. And look, I know my goblin mech squad looks cool on paper, but I'm not delusional. They burn through ammo like teenagers burn through Wi-Fi data. Once they're empty, they're sitting ducks. They work best parked next to the town's supply lines, doing dungeon clearing and defense. That's it. No grand campaigns. The beautiful thing about goblins, though, they breed like rabbits on energy drinks. 3 litters a year, mature at age 3. If I let them go wild, they'd hit population numbers that would make a city planner faint. My current population cap is 5,000, and I still won't let them breed freely because if I go over the limit, the new goblins won't get the system upgrade, and unregistered goblins are basically ticking time bombs. So yeah, manpower is not a long-term problem. That's it for this part. If you want to keep watching, the next part is already up on our Patreon. And if you want more videos on this manhwa recap, leave a like, subscribe, and write a comment. It really helps us see which stories you want us to continue.